Good to see everyone. Happy Friday the 13th. Ooh, spooky. It's good to see everyone today. All my sound pieces seem to have gone off all at once. And don't know why that is. But that's okay. We'll figure it out. Alright, hope everyone's had a good week. Everyone's, enjoying their October. They're, enjoying their Friday the 13th. Anyone watching any spooky movies or anything like that out there? So I'm just gonna flip a few things around here so I can see what's going on. Get a little refresh. And there we go. Alrighty. How's it going, man? Happy Friday. Good to see you, good to see you. Yes, the Wu-Tang. Bit of a throwback. So, today I got a few things going. I got a couple models I was looking to build. Here, I'm gonna flip to the side. I got this guy. I think youuuuuuu, you'd dig this. It's, so it's a Marvel board game for, like, a miniatures Marvel board game. And the model I got here is Omega Red. So, I think we'll probably slap this guy together. We'll probably glue the bits and pieces. I've never played, Crisis Protocol. That said, I haven't played Warhammer either. So, I don't know what their stat blocks are. He comes with some cards and some paperwork and all this stuff. Looks like some hit counters and tokens. A little bit of a detail stat block card. It says, I guess that's his move there. Carbonadium. That's a weird one. Olga Red. Oh, he's Russian. I'm pretty sure. Olga Red. Maybe that's his wife, Olga Red. So Omega Red may play this card, remove all special conditions from his character. Gains, I'm guessing, an attack and set mouse for each special condition. So he looks like a pretty dope character in the game. And they give you a lot of stuff in here. I'm guessing this is what else we got. This is just like the little promo card. Ah, and there's our instructions. So it looks pretty straightforward to build. Shouldn't be too hard. Slap that over there. We'll take a look at the bits and pieces. We'll get right into it. Put this over here. So we got, I'm not sure what these little pieces are here. I don't think those are significant to the model. I think they're just like sprue bits. It looks like he comes with two different bases. Like kind of an industrial one and kind of a smashy concrete one. This one's got some squares in it. I'm not sure what those are for. So I'll just set that down. Pull out these other pieces. See what we got here. I'll show them what we're working with. Yeah, Mrs. Red. So pieces look, I don't want to say, chonky. They're not huge, but they're pretty substantial for like little fingers and stuff. Doesn't look like it'll be too much of a grind on teeny details. Kind of like it's got like I'll say like a hexagonal peg to fit the body together. Actually, it looks like all the arms and legs and stuff right there. They're all kind of hexagonal. And it looks like we got his legs, a little ponytail, his shin guards maybe. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the industrial base too. It's what they give you in the instruction booklet here. And I don't know what these little square pegs are for. So, like, I don't see any pieces of him that look like they would accommodate into those little grooves. Alright, so let's break out. We're gonna need, for our model assembly, we're gonna need our sprue cutters. These are shall I plug these? I don't know if you can read that from there. Alright. Maybe I can zoom the focus in. Let's see if I can. No. So these are like cheapo god hands. If you're into like Gundams or models and stuff, you know you'll probably need your clippers to get them off. And you've probably seen god hands as very expensive sprue clippers. These ones only cost me like maybe, I want to say less than 15 bucks. So they're a very affordable pair of god hands. They're recommended for 3mm, but I'll risk chunking them through a little thicker. If it's too much thicker or metal though, I usually resort to these. These are my army painter sprue cutters. And they're just a little chunkier. So if you have a bigger sprue or a metal sprue, they don't get as dull. They're kind of like, refer to them as the bolt cutters. And we'll use a hobby knife just to clean up the cuts, and a file. And we'll bust out the glue after. So, how's everyone's week been? Any excitement? Any adventure throughout the week? Any good Friday the 13th stories? Anyone watching the movies right now? I think there's a Friday the 13th Fear Fest or something on AMC. I'm jamming that all day. Alright. And the other thing we're going to need is some glue. Alrighty, so I have one bottle of super glue here. Just going to get, I had a little bit of paper somewhere. So I'm not... Where did I put this? Okay. I just had a little piece of paper so I'm not getting glue everywhere on my cutting mat. There we go. And a little toothpick to smear some glue. Come on, you. Some classics from the 70s, and blown away. They don't make them the same now. They really don't. Yeah, there's a bit of a difference. Before they had, I guess it also depends on what kind of, or the kind of, I guess the kind of scary movie, monster movie. Is it a slasher? I guess even in slashers, is it like, I guess like Nightmare on Elm Street? You got Freddy Krueger, and he was rather like his kills were really imaginative in the old ones. I watched the newer one recently. It's like, you know what? He just kind of stabs everyone with his hand, but like he doesn't do the dream kills like the old one. So that was one I really liked because all the old Nightmare on Elm Streets, they got really creative with the kills. Freddy and trying to think, the old Freddy, I would say he kind of looked more burned devil. The newer one looks really like actually burn victim. Like they did his makeup really good. But yeah, I found the kills from that one a little less imaginative. And then I guess the classic Friday the 13th, you got your Jason, and he's always the machete. I think I saw Jason. So like Jason Goes to Space or something. Jason X. And then there's like Jason Goes to Hell. Freddy vs. Jason. There's a lot of them. Michael Myers is the classic. Stalking killer that just walks right after you. Candyman's a good one. Yeah, Candyman's a classic. I think that was it Tony Robbins? I have to look that up. I'm doing it. No, it's Tony someone. I don't know. I'd have to look that up. Tony Todd. Okay, there we go. Why did I think Robbins? I don't know.
Tim Robbins.
Huh?
Probably like Tim Robbins.
Tim Robbins. I don't know. Maybe something in there. Oh, there we go. I type and I get that shit pop up too. American Werewolf in London. That's a good one. That has a great werewolf transformation for like its time. American Werewolf in London has one of the greatest werewolf transformations. I think in the 90s they did like an MTV spin-off, American Werewolf in Paris. That one was actually really good too. What are some other good ones? Ooh, I'll say probably one of my favorites. Actually, I think it is my favorite, is Texas Chainsaw. I love Texas Chainsaw. It's just very greebly. The thing I like about Leatherface as a villain the most is that like he's actually depicted and made to be kind of human. Like he's just kind of like this raving, yelling, screaming lunatic. But he's very much human with just a very reduced capacity. But like if you watch all the Texas Chainsaws, he doesn't walk after you. He sprints with a chainsaw, full on sprinting with a chainsaw, yelling. He trips and falls. I think in most of the movies and like the remakes, at least one point in all of them, he trips, falls, and nicks himself with a chainsaw, and like you can hurt Leatherface. He has family members who abuse him, and he's emotionally responsive to their abuse. Like he's very much human and very much stoppable. Like it's not like you blow his head off and he gets back up, and you throw him out of a building and he falls 10 stories and lands and gets back up. Like no, Leatherface he's very human, and I think that's why he's so scary. Since the other ones you can kind of like, oh, that's make believe, but this dude is very much like, oh my god, that could be a person. So I think that's why I like him. It's very disturbing, but very much in the realm of reality. The original Texas Chainsaw is awesome. I watched that one the other day too. Yeah, that's but I think he's very human, but and you think that'd make him less scary. Like maybe you could reason with him, maybe you could talk to him, maybe you could just shoot him and be safe. Put the old boots to him. But he's also very much a large person. I think the actor that played the original Leatherface, he's like 6'4". Like he's a big friggin' dude. There's a scene where he literally like yeets someone up with one arm and then walks through his door and then slams the steel door shut, and it's like I couldn't make the force to close a door like that so fiercely, but this ogre of a man just slam, and it's like, oh geez, that's scary. Yeah, House of a Thousand Corpses is a little more like that, where they're a little more human and a little less specter. I guess is the word. A spook, specter, spirit, or ghost. Okay, I'll put that up to the quiz because I've kind of like Jason is a ghost, Freddy's a ghost. Is Michael Myers? Is he a ghost? Because I know they've killed him at least twice. Is Michael Myers a ghost? Is he something different? Is he like hellborn? Is he spirit or spirit born of some kind? Or is Michael Myers just like a big goony Leatherface? Because I know we've killed Michael a couple times. We've electrocuted him, we've thrown him off buildings, we've shot him, we've hung him. Michael doesn't die. Yeah, you kill him, he comes back. He's got that power to like they don't say, oh, he can walk through walls and stuff, but for some reason he's walking behind you, and then if you run too far ahead and open a door, he's right there. It's almost like you have to power walk away from him. If you run and get too far ahead, he'll like manifest in front of you. But if you could like power walk 30 feet ahead of him and just turn and see him 30 feet behind you and just constantly power walk, it's like you won't run into the door where he appears in front of you. You keep him just far enough behind you that he's stuck there, but he'll never accelerate more than a brisk walk. So maybe that's how you deal with Michael. Yeah, that one. But that one's kind of also been for me like, well, what the heck, you know? He's supposed to be human, but clearly he's got some, I don't know, advantages, differences, spiritual abilities. I don't know. Yeah, it's been fun watching all the scary movies. Yeah, I actually did a Texas Chainsaw binge the other day of like, I think there's one from the original from '74, then there's one from 2003. I think the other one is like 2006 or 2007, the beginning.
3, 6, and then 13.
And then, yeah, 2013 was their, the most recent. And I gotta say, that one I didn't really like too much. There's too much of like a community involvement. There's like the township forcing the family out and a family history, and this girl inherits the house and all that. And this all happened in the '70s, but they actually like have a headstone marked 2012. So it'd be like 40 years if Leatherface was like 30 when they did that. If he was 30 in '74 chopping people up, then he would have been like in his 70s, maybe almost 80 by the time they did the 2012 movie. So they kind of got their times off on that. If they made it like, oh, it's the '90s, it would have been more believable. But the fact they were just like, oh, it's current time, 2012, when they released it, it kind of made it, kind of seemed to diminish it to me a little. And then the whole like, township. It's like they almost tried to make a hero out of Leatherface in the end, which was kind of weird. It's like the family bonds. But it's like I don't think that would have gone down like that. Okay, so we got our Omega Red body on the way. And I guess now, step 2, we're going to put... Oh. Looks like there's a groove in his head that I am missing. Okay, no, I'm seeing it. Just gotta groove it out a bit. Gotta go into the other spur. We're gonna get this little hair bit there. Let's see, I'm just gonna flip this. I feel like my chat thingy is freezing up here. Okie dokie. There we go. I'm just gonna put this in. Come on, window. There you go. Sorry, I'm just kind of fighting with the placement of my pieces here. There we go. That should be better. And there we go. Okay, so let's get this ponytail back on his head. Alright, so this is kind of awkwardly fudged to his head here. I'm going to use my file to clean it up just a little bit. So in the picture here, it shows a pretty obvious groove to sit that ponytail on his head. That groove is not that obvious. It is very subtle. I'm kind of like, what? Where the hell do I stick this thing? So, we're going to hope for the best on this little section on the back of his head here. It's got like this little divot. So we're just going to slather that with a little lick of glue. Just the teeniest little lick there. Boop. Boop. And we'll slap his hair. Like hold this so it doesn't go. Rogue on me. Be honest, I don't really like this, how they have this hair placed. I think they could have done a better job lining this little groove up for me. Because they really don't give. Hmm. Yeah. I'm just gonna hang on to it and hope. Pretty much all we can do. Put that little ponytail on. Yeah, and tell you right now, I'm not a fan of how they set this head up. Not at all. That is just asking for it. Everything else is they got such nice hexagonal slots that fit and post in so nicely, and then it's like, what the hell are you doing with this? This goddamn awful ponytail that just does not stick for the life of itself. Oh god, what's going on here? Here, something's going off. Getting rapid fire notifications here. Yeah, this is going to be a B. This is going to make a nice royal mess on his head. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to have to sit and freeze here for a second and hope this sticks. Don't sneeze. Yeah, really. Don't sneeze, don't breathe, don't blink. All right. hopefully that'll, stick and stay. We'll figure out these arms now. Okay, so it says his tendrils will go on last. And it looks here like we got, oh, maybe that's the wrong arm. Okay, okay. These pieces look like they go okay. And then a little goober in here. And slobber on the glue. And there we go. 1, 2. There, we got an arm. What are you doing, computer? Oh my goodness. Yeah, my computer's just going crazy with the notifications right now. I don't know what it is. Something just woke up. That's okay. So right now I'm just taking a little bit of a blade to this. There's a little leftover sprue by his finger. And always be careful with those hobby knives because they are bloody sharp. You don't want to slice your own finger working on this guy's fingers. I guess technically we can glue our fingers back on, but it doesn't work too well. It's a little more complicated. I mean, in essence, yes, we can reattach our fingers. But it's not as easy as this. You don't want to have to go about reattaching fingers ever. Okay, so we got another hand here with more little finger bits. Let's clean this up first. Just gonna take that file, put a little rub on that bit. Use our knife again. Just a little. Oops. Use the back side of the knife as well, just that like 90 degree on the metal, like that machined edge. And that will do a nice job of scraping crap off as well, without gouging anything either. There we go. So yeah, instead of using the blade side, you can use this side, and that like flat machined edge with that angle, like just that 90 degree, but it's quite fine. You can use that to like won't play the piano ever the same. Nope. Yeah. And my piano days are over. Yeah, switch to the player piano. Okay, so we're just gonna glue on. Oh shit. That kind of slid a bit. Probably could be a little more generous with this glue. Just like a little pocket in here. Just gonna put a nice little dollop in there. And apparently get it on my fingers. Give that a little hold. And that should be good. There, we got a pair of arms now. And hopefully that ponytail is on his head. You can see it kind of like, maybe be hard to see there. But some of the splattered glue that I kind of smeared has gotten into his hair and kind of messed up his lovely locks. So I might have to come back in with that hobby knife and just kind of schmutz around some of that soft spots. Just so it's not all, doesn't look as crunchy as I've kind of left it. There you go, hopefully that's a little better. So we got his head, we got his arms, and we gotta get his legs now. Probably use another little dollop of glue. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you just get it on your fingers and everything you touch is just cursed. Now you are one. And just start painting the model and then down your hand and down your arm. Like, I don't know where the model begins and ends. I've become one. Just paint your whole self. You end up sort of forming with the mini. Oh, don't tell me, don't tell me, don't tell me. Was I stupid? Was I supposed to stick this head in there first? Oh, and I just broke his hair off. Smart, Dano, smart. This, okay, this is telling me I can pop his head on at the end there, right there. I call shenanigans though, because the way that little piece sits. Yeah, that, like, that's gonna tuck into there. Oh, there we go. I just kind of slammed it in there. Oh, there it is. I guess pressure fit. But yeah, I broke off his ponytail. I knew that was gonna friggin' happen. Like I said, I kind of hate how they gave you such good points in contact. Little sockets, everything seemed to fit so nicely, and then they give you this stupid... Yeah, I just blew this piece on his head. Alright. Good enough. So we got his head, hair, torso. It's gonna be tough to get in there though on that little hair in there. But yeah, we're not gonna bother with the sub assembly on this guy. We're just going right for it. So now we're gonna clip off some legs here. Oh, okay, let's look there. There we go. I'll pop off all these little shin guards and stick them on his shins. Ooh. I don't know if there's a left and right shin guard. I'm gonna clean them up just a little. Oops. Damn. Keep flicking it right out of my hand. That's okay. Let's see what's going on here. What? That's not right. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, it looks like both these shin guards are identical, so I don't know if it'll make a difference. One shin has a hexagonal post on it, but these look pretty generic on this side. So let's see. That one has a round post. Guessing this one will have the round post. Yep. Ah, shit. Yep. Okay, we're good. Found it. Yeah. Once upon a time, there was a shag carpet under my feet. Imagine dropping your bits on that. It was gray as well. So yeah, drop your bits on a gray shag carpet. You'll never find them. Okay, so we're just gonna squish that piece on. Hold it. Hold! Hold! Yeah. Yeah, well, not quite forever. You'll find it. It'll dig its way into the bottom of your foot when you step on it and least expect it. You know, you'll just kind of sit down on your couch, walk across your living room, and all of a sudden, you'll get something like this. Maybe not one like this. You'd probably find this. But, like, you get something like this. Just go stab up through your foot. Okay, we got a leg and a shin guard. Maybe if you're lucky, it'll stab your foot. Yeah, yeah. I guess that's it's luck is relative in that sense. Probably be very uncomfortable, but you might be happy you found your bits. Alrighty, so we're just gonna do a little dabby dab dab. This one's got a rectangle instead of a hexagon, so there actually is a right and wrong shin guard, or left and right, but just saying you can get these wrong. They are not identical, as much as they look the same. And once again, we just kind of hold it there, just like Lego. Yeah, yeah, exactly like Lego. All right, so we got our arms and legs. We do the Dr. Nick. He's got an arm for a leg and a leg for an arm. What was that guy's name in The Simpsons? He like grabs Dr. Nick, but it turns out he's grabbing him with his leg. So his arm leg. Oh god, that's funny. Okay, let's start with the legs. I'm gonna go boop and just kind of goop in that square here. Little groove. Just dab that glue. And kind of find where it lands. Ooh, the legs actually land and snug into place very easily. That was nice. One for you and one for the doctor. Oh, yeah. See? And you always have one moment of gluing yourself to the model. Just clean up. Oh, shit. So we'll clean up some of that glue that got smeared there and totally mess that up. Yep. Let's get a little more glue here. Fill this whole little area. This cavity. And then slap that back on. Hold it in place. Alright. That feels pretty solid. Let's get the other leg on. Probably gonna need a little more glue. Now, ooh, there we go. Just kind of gently smearing glue in the little pockets and stuff. All the little grooves and call it sockets that these pieces should fit in. Oh, okay. There we go. There's leg number 2. Kind of right there. Connect at the hip. So do I have a preference for push fit versus glued models? That's a good question. I think, like, for this guy, their socket push, like, I don't want to say push fit because it's not the pressure that holds them, although they all have little sockets and grooves. So the idea with your sort of not push fit models is that they still have, you know, I want to say pegs, sockets, and grooves, uh, facets, and uh, convex and concave areas that sort of are congruent together. So when you're doing like a, not push fit, give me your arm, Omega. See how he's got like a big old square in there, and there's a square here. So usually the not push fit models still have a level of positioning that'll hold their position. Like it, which is kind of nice. Sometimes I find the push fit, if they're very delicate and you gotta like ring two pieces together, you're likely to break them. So, but you don't need glue, which is nice. So some of the push fits I find, like, they have a little pin, like a pin in the hole. I'll take a file like this, I'll stick it in the hole, and I'll just kind of ream it around a little and widen it just a bit, and that'll help get the post into the hole without having to like put too much pressure on the model. I think I like the models that don't push fit better, just because there's a little bit of leeway, you can kind of play with it. That said, I do like to dry fit my models when I build them. Like, I'll kind of put things together, and if I can, I'll test how they are supposed to go before. Like, you just saw me pop this arm in without any glue, and now I'm gluing it and throwing it back in that little square hole. And that's just kind of to see how it's going to land and look before I make it permanent. So for example, it might have been wise to paint his arm first before gluing it in there, right? Because it kind of goes under that shoulder pad. And now I'll never get into that deltoid. That's gone forever. But no one's going to see that deltoid anyway. So that is one of the things that I think all mini painters do, is we paint things that no one else sees. or we'll put attention into details sometimes that literally get buried. Like you'll cover that deltoid and paint it in sub-assembly, and then put the arm on, and part of that arm will, like, it doesn't matter if it's painted or not because no one's going to see it under that armor, but you'll know it's there and it'll kind of appeal to you like that. And I do like painting a lot of my models in sub-assembly. Like if they're very closed or they have hard to reach spaces, I would rather paint them as I build them rather than build them entirely and then go about painting them and be like, oh God, how do I get in there? Actually, I have another model I was looking to build. We'll see. I'll take out the box in 2 seconds once I get this other arm on. Come on, smeary, 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 smeary. And we're actually gonna do this. Go under. Kind of put a smear on that. Just weld the shoulder together. I'm gonna take this arm and pop it in. There we go. A little bit of play in this one. I'm just gonna try to smush it in as best I can. There you go. He's looking pretty good. The size of him is actually quite nice too. I'll say it seems bigger, just a little bigger than your average sort of 32mm scale. Like these are some Warhammer guys, and you can see he's got some size on a Warhammer human. Actually have for the 40K familiar, I have a Primaris Intercessor here, and these big old boys, like in Warhammer, are meant to be also bigger than humans. Like they're supposed to kind of compare to a human. I would kind of say like the way they call them engineers in the movie Prometheus. Those like the big, huge, bald-headed aliens in Prometheus. I think these guys are supposed to compare to a human being, like those guys compare. Like he's comparable to one of those Prometheus dudes. So that's like his scale size. But if you look at the 32mm, quote unquote, little minis, Omega Red is like the size of a normal person in X-Men lore, and he's way bigger than these guys. So that just gives you a bit of a scale of to see like how big this guy is. And I guess in relation to the other models, like I don't think Omega Red towers over any of the other, X-Men or Marvel characters. So I don't think he's exceptionally huge or anything. I just think that the Marvel Crisis Protocol models are a little bigger, which is kind of nice. All right, so let's get this little piece of concrete. Snip this little extra off. So I'm not exactly sure how this piece will fit. I think there's only one way it will. Yeah, only one way it'll naturally like to fit. Smear a little glue on this bag. And stomp his foot down. Bam. Yeah, it does seem like it'll. Well, I've never painted a Marvel Crisis Protocol piece, but I do feel like it would be good for the painting process. Just a little bigger, a little more detail. I feel like Marvel, you probably want that, go a little bigger so you can actually express more detail into each character. I think it probably helps. So you can make, your character, like you can put discernible details between, Omega Red and Doctor Octopus, so they don't both just look like little tiny guys with metal tendrils. Like I think going a little bigger gives you a little more license to really get in those comic-y details that, people will want out of their Marvel characters. And we're gonna use, here, we'll get the big ol' sprue cutters. Cut these bolts off this guy. Boop. Boop. There we go. And it looks like they put the stone across from the rock, and they put his foot on the vent. Like that little vent there. Looks like they have him standing like this. So I think you could probably squeeze it anywhere you want, as long as you can get the 2 feet together. But I do kind of like that. Maybe even put his heel up on that ledge a bit. So it's kind of like he's stepping down. Or he's got weight back on it. But we'll do that base different. Now I'm kind of thinking too. Oh my goodness, how are these going? 8 and 9. I don't know which one's 8 and 9. Okay, I think this one is this. So that goes behind him and out. Okay, I think there. That one goes like this. They kind of wrap around him. This one, I believe. This one goes in his hand here. Should have taken, put a little better attention into where these were going to attach. Yeah, that one looks like it goes up and over his shoulder. And that's not what I want out of that one. So I'm guessing that one goes here. Like so. These are tricky to get in there. It's like they have a little groove for it, but they don't want to go in. There it is. Yeah, they have a groove, but they do not like to go into their groove, do they? So that's one tendril. And this is what I was sort of referring to before as well, about kind of it being important to dry fit your pieces sometimes. Like if I just smeared this with glue and then went ahead with it, I probably would have messed these up. They would not be where they should be. I'll be honest though, I'm looking at those like maybe those just get painted separately and then attached. So that way I can actually get to his hands and his hair. Like those are sub-assembly pieces that I will sub-assembly. There's nothing really to them other than just kind of a bluey metal. And then I can slap him on his hands after. But then that way I won't have these giant metal tentacles getting in my way while I'm trying to paint his fingers and his wrist guards and stuff like that. I do want to get a good look at what he looks like with them all attached. And the base as well. We could glue that down. I wouldn't mind getting a head start on the base before. So that'll essentially be our model here. Oops. There's our Omega Red. And he'll have his tentacles sort of sticking out everywhere. Alright, not bad. Yeah, the sub-assemblies are, they can be good. Sorry, hold on, give me 1 sec here. Let's open this. Okie dokie. That should be okay. I think. So I'm just kind of trying to clear up some of my screen space here so I can actually see things like the chat. There we go. Okay, better. What? No, why did that close? What the heck? Okay, that's all right. So I think that's Omega Red, mostly good and ready. Now the other model I have, and I'm kind of like, I got a few things to paint. The Glotkin's always there to put some paint on. And the other little dude I can build is this thing. Now this is a Omega Ready. How'd I miss that? How'd I miss that? Omega Ready. I like that. That's good. That was good. Alright, so our sprues are done. We can toss these. Woo! We have a base. I'm just going to clean that up a bit and throw this in the pile of other bases. Yeah, this may come in handy for another model, another build or diorama. Or maybe there's something to having two bases for your crisis protocol that I'm not, I'm not savvy to. I don't play the game. I'm just gonna clean this up a bit. There's these two little bits on the edge. I'm guessing screwed it. Kind of looks like a bullet and a solo cup. Maybe I make that into a solo cup and stick that in his hand, like a red Omega Red solo cup. I need a Wolverine to fight him. Honestly, man, when I was looking in the store when I got this guy, I was thinking like, I gotta get a Wolverine for Uza. I couldn't find a Wolverine, but they do have some cool packs. Like they got some cool ones. They have one, and it's like it's Doc Ock and Spider Man fighting, but it's like its own diorama. Like it has like a location, has terrain too. The Rogue and Gambit. Yeah, that's a cool one. That's a classic. I feel that's like that's a duo pairing rather than a VS like Spider-Man and Doc Ock fighting it out. I feel like Rogue and Gambit are like you're gonna go into a game with double trouble with them. You're gonna go, two-time your opponent, or it'll be, I guess, pairs or something. I don't know. Like I said, I've never played it, so I don't know the dynamic. I just see cool X-Men models, and I'm like, awesome. They had one of the big Sentinels from like the '90s cartoon, like the big Sentinel, and I thought that was cool. That'd be a fun model. And yeah, so I don't know if we can tear. If you guys want, we can build another one. This one's a little more complicated. Um, Essentially, it's a giant robot spider for Warhammer. Now, the Necrons are. You've probably seen some in my Instagram. I actually just finished one recently, so I'll put him up just so you get a peek. So, but it's these dudes that I've been doing. The robots that are purple and green. So I think this guy's called a Scorpec Lord or a Scorpec Overlord or something like that. Yeah, the Spider Necron would be the same color palette. So, or the Hulk and Wolverine. That would be cool. Yeah, I think they do have a Hulk. They actually have a Juggernaut too, like the classic. All the characters are like '90s X-Men cartoon. So like the classic Juggernaut, uh, and like yeah, everything in between. Yeah, this guy, it's all fluorescent. Not all, but like there's that bright highlight, the purple, the green, the blue, the pink. Um, this sort of oxide on his uh claws and his front, in the back there, I guess too. That is not fluorescent, but that's like one of the only things that isn't fluorescent on. So I still have to do the base a little more. I just kind of did some crushed gravel, but I think I want to cover it with some more Armageddon dust, or like a Citadel technical something, a technical sand kind of. And what hopefully that'll do is kind of tie this in a bit without like I didn't want to use an entire jar of it just for this guy's face. So I figured if I could put a little bit of Mod Podge, Elmer's glue, and some gravel, it'd be a good start. So I could kind of just give us a thin smear of that Armageddon dust instead of having to pull it up. And I can use some dry brushes, washes, to kind of tie it all together. But yeah, so this guy would be kind of, well, I guess we'll go with this. I would probably do the head white, this carapace metallic, like the canoptic metal. I would probably do some steeliness on his legs and use the purple, the fluorescent purple on his abdomen and some of the plating. And then yeah, drown it all in Tesseract glow bright green. Yeah, I do like the 90s X-Men as well. You know what? Let's kind of looking at this. Do 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 do. Yeah. So the Tesseract, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, it's this technical, Tesseract glow. It's a very high pigmented green wash. Now, one of the things about it that happens, so I've probably gone through about half my pot. So it's probably up to about there. Now you can see that green on the bottom is very different than this green on top. And it's a very sludgy pigment. So if I was to take this Tesseract glow and just like give it a little shake, I didn't move any of that pigment. I'm just going to sit it on this for a sec. Now I also have two little steel mixing balls inside this container to help mix that pigment up. Still going, still shaking. Okay, so now you can look, if you look at the bottom, see how it's kind of spiraling? But it's still quite thick. You want to make sure you get all that green gunk off the bottom to get like the most punchy pigment out of the stuff. But I love it. But yeah, getting that vortex mixer was probably one of the best things to like, get the most use out of it. Like the first times I used it, I was like, oh, it's kind of like a yellowy green, very translucent pigment. And then after I tried it, really mixing that pigment with those, it's like, wow, this is, face punching green, quite bright. That over, that over. Okay. So we can probably get a little bit of prime on Omega tonight, maybe. Spent some time cleaning out my airbrush the other day, so it should be good to go. I got a few little troops there. Still got that monster there. Cleaning up a little. Not sticking my hands in glue or hobby knives. The other fun thing that, like, I kind of scribbled it in 2 seconds. You'll look at it and be like, oh yeah, 2 seconds. It's Friday the 13th. I don't know if you can. Here, cool. figured, Friday the 13th without doing a Jason, right? You guys want to do a canvas real quick on this guy? It's just a hockey mask, but we can see how it goes. Maybe I'll do that quickly before we end the night. But that's one I'm probably just gonna go slap happy on. I probably won't spend 20 something hours painting a hockey mask like I did painting the Ozu. But I figured Friday the 13th, why not a hockey mask? We'll see. I just thought that might be a neat play for the date. We were talking slashers earlier. I also made a doodle. I'll give a little, you know, look see now of that guy. So it's basically the kind of like how I did the Hope poster with the Cthulhu. It's basically the Hope poster again, but with leather face, kind of like a vector art. Friday the 13th camp would be cool. Yeah, yeah. I thought it'd be kind of just kind of a neat gimmick. It's how often do you get Friday the 13th, and then how often do you get Friday the 13th in October? So feels like an opportunity that I don't want to pass it up. Kind of why not? Even if I just slap one together, won't take long to paint a basic hockey match. I can maybe flick some blood on it and we have some fun with it. So we got Omega painted, and you'll probably get him primed as well. Do a little little slap chop on. Yeah, yeah. Leatherface is probably my favorite slasher. And I think I like the depiction, like the classic depiction. The sledgehammer wielding, chainsaw swinging, 6'4". What's his name? Gotta look that up. Had that. Gunnar Hansen. Yeah, Gunnar Hansen. Yeah. And it's like the first thing you look up when you look up Gunnar Hansen is how tall is Gunnar Hansen? He's 1.93 meters, which is like he's a big. Like you see him dancing around, like not dancing around, I guess. Dancing's not the right word. But like he's got the chainsaw over his head and he's swinging around. He takes it and like one arms it over his head at one point. It's like even if they took the blade and the chain, like the chain off the blade, I feel like swinging a chainsaw right over my head would be, that'd throw my shoulder out. Guy just goes around the world with a chainsaw. Really? The actor who plays Jason's the same guy? I did not know that. You know what? He's always got the mask on, and he's always got that height. Like, he never seems shorter or taller. He seems pretty consistent, so that sounds right. I wouldn't doubt it. I don't think does he doesn't really have any mannerisms, but he does the quiet like oh, no kidding. What's this actor's name? I'm gonna look it up. Hmm? hotter, eh? No kidding. He's a big dude. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm hearing here is that there have been at least 8 different actors to play Jason. Potter joined franchise in '88. 7? I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I don't know, but yeah, no, he's a big dude. Kane Hodder. Cool. Alrighty. So we got our little guys here. I got a few guys here I can slather with paint. They've always kind of been on standby. You got Omega Red, and we got our canvas. How am I gonna get that one up? I'll have to move it a little setup before we go. You know what? Let's just pull out some paint and get something slathered. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah, I was reading. It was like he's a stuntman and he's in a bunch of them. And all right. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna get my airbrush going here. Get my good little Mastercraft baby out. There we go. Bring this guy over. Okay. All right, bear with me 2 seconds, guys. There we go. And that should give a little bit of a view, and I can bring. Oh shit! Oh, what the hell's that? Why did that go up? There we go. That give us some light. Okay, that's doable. Yeah, my shop's kind of all over the place right now, guys. I'm actually looking to get a bigger desk and looking to relocate my quote unquote studio to a more, I guess, suitable space. So that might take me a little bit of time to set up. Yeah, I'm just gonna float my way back over to the screen here. So I don't think I have a picture of it. But it is like a big, huge strip of a almost like a legit like office cubicle desk, and getting a great deal on it. But it's not gonna fit down here. Um, but down here it's pretty tight for space. So here, actually, you know what? We can do a little tour. Do a little studio tour, guys. You know, we've been hanging out here for a while. I don't know if you see the whole shop, and by next week it might be gone. So let's do a quick little tour. Why not, you know? Right. All right. So I'm going to disconnect. Stop that for a sec. Whoa! Landed. So you guys are used to seeing this desk here, right? There's my mic. There's the computer. You're looking at yourself there. Ooh. So this is where I'm working. Yes, my boonie hat, light protector. My paints are over here. Ooh. So you can see I got, that's all my like craft paint, gesso, that quick dry sploogie or slow dry sploogie gel. Down here is Moss's oil paints, watercolor paints. Oh, speaking of watercolors, put that down there. Here we got our Citadel paints. These are all Citadel's testers. Airbrush paints by Army Painter. Glue guns and stuff. Dremels. More Army Painter. Speed paints, metallic washes. You know, color. All acrylic. Just a little more back there. Uh, bits, basing pieces. Stuff like that. Tools, saws, cutting stuff. uh, Postboard covered in doodles. You know, the art wall. You know, ever growing slowly. Over there is my projected screen. And over here, see if you can see that, is my Lightbox and 3D printers. And you probably see that this is pretty much my living room that I've taken over. So it's kind of obstructive for living. All right. So hopefully what we'll do is have a nice, you know, proper studio to work in. Yeah, I thought I'd give you guys a quick little tour of this place before it's no more. Hope you enjoyed that. Hope it was helpful. I mean, there are some nice little things about it that make life easy, and some elements that make it tough. Oh, there. A little studio tour. Yeah, yeah. You know, it's where you know where I started my filming, and it'll probably feel different to film in a different room. I think it'll just kind of feel a little what's the word I'm looking for? Disconnected. Like I'll feel kind of like I'm in a different space and I'm gonna have to set it up properly. But you know, it's like if you've ever like moved into a new apartment or whatever, and then spend the first night and then wake up the next morning and be like, "Where the hell am I?" I have a feeling a new studio will kind of feel like that, but it's a good thing. Yeah, the art. That's kind of it too. Is that all my art, my doodles, my minis, and all that stuff? They're slowly taking over everything. So to have a bit of room and like kind of organize it all in one place, I think that'll probably be better. So yeah, Gonna start with the little black. We're gonna prime up Omega Red. Yeah, it's interesting. I have on my wall here. Oh, I'm sure it'll be good. I'm sure it's kind of for the best. I'm excited for it. Um, I think it'll be good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, the art collection is yeah, it's growing. There's some here if you want to check it out. Here, we'll go back to that and I can go on a little bit about the work that's on there. So you've probably seen that, that's a Jaclay by Chet Zar of his The Thing. The original's an oil painting, but that is like, it's a print, but it looks so good. You'd swear it was an original. Like, it looks so good. He does such a good job with his Jaclays. If you ever get a chance to get one from, like, check out Chet's website and get yourself a Jaclay. They're so good. They're so good quality. And they have, like, this excellent finish. I don't want to, like, rub it with my hand, but it's, there's a bit of a, like, there, you can see a bit of the gloss on there, but it's really nicely done. There's my Cthulhu dude, my Ozu. There's my little version of The Thing. This steampunk piece, Mr. Outsider 2017. I don't know who Mr. Outsider is, to be quite honest. This model, this, it's pencil. It was on my car. Like, I went out to my car one day and saw it leaning on my car. Like, someone, like, it's like a reverse art heist. But I thought it was really friggin' cool. The line work is so nice. Excellent. The Zappa, that is done by my sister Perrin. That was a gift. What? Years ago, I got that as a gift from her, and it's always been on my wall. Uh, there's some paintings here by myself and the wife. Just kind of having fun painting. I think you've seen that one with the Kraken and the waves. That's a fun one by Miss K. Matt. And these two were ones that we did, I think in like 2013 or 14. And they've just kind of followed along with us as we've gone along. And these are some art cards. I think you might recognize some of the works here. It's Cream of Egbert, Cody Shibby, and Ambered art. So that's my collection of art. And it is ever growing. I hope to have a huge wall, like side to side, floor to ceiling, like the whole expanse. That'd be cool. My own little private gallery. Yeah, and those are just the canvases. That's not even including all the friggin' minis lying around. There are a lot of minis kicking around here. Speaking of, we gotta get back to painting and at least priming this thing. Yeah, there's yeah, some of the Switch art cards. And I will say there's a few more that I want. There's a bunch of awesome artists. And I would love to have like a piece, a piece by everyone, which is that's a very open, that's a broad request. But, there's such good art out there. It is so fun to see. And I guarantee you, everyone's got at least one piece that I'd be like, I want that. Alrighty. Yeah, I think my light is not plugged in. Neither is my filter. But we're just gonna blast quick and hope this. Oh no, that's way too dark. Let's get some light on that. Let's get a little bit of light. A little better? Like right in the shadow. Good old plastic bag light filters. I can get a good view of them. There we go. We're just gonna blast them with some black. There we go. All right. Take a quick little peek on the overhead. Wasn't the plastic bag light video? Yeah, yeah. The plastic bag light filters were they're a constant staple. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So we're gonna give this a second to dry. Yeah. Go. If I can get, we can just base him here for now. Perfect. And what we could do, we can get his, if we can't get his tendrils. Yeah, this is how we'll have to do it. Just bury those tips. And kind of just go about painting them like this. And then do the tips after. And keep, oh, yeah, let's go back. There we go. Oh, beauty. I'm not being too picky with these tendrils. I'm just kind of spraying fast and loose on them. That should be good. I can do the tips of them after. Just gonna unbury these. And boop, boop. And we can put the base down. All right. Okay. And that's out. Where's Rinsey? Where's my rinser rinse? There we go. So once I'm done with those jars, I just take this wash jar, that up, and I just flush out the gun with this. There we go. Cleaning up. And by now, Omega should be dry. It's making a mess everywhere. The hell? The squishy stuff using to hold the model to the base. For this stuff, here, let's grab our side view camera. Yeah, back here, you. And we will explore that. Boom. So the squishy stuff I'm using this stuff here is essentially this stuff. It is monster clay. It is an oil-based plasticine, basically. Because it's a modeling clay. You can heat it up and it'll become liquid. You can cool it down and it becomes rock hard. At room temperature, it's quite firm. But as you heat it up and sort of mush it and like work it, it'll become more and more soft. So you can shape and sculpt with it. Hey, Arvin, what's up, man? Good to see ya. I'm just going over my some Q&A. What would be the purpose of the liquid form of this? So if you wanted to make, let's say you were doing like a movie prosthetic, right? They might have the form of a face, like already laid out, like as like a little face model, and instead of having to like take chunks and go and then like put chunks and peel them on, you can literally heat this stuff to almost like liquid. Oh, that's funny, man. You devil. uh, oh man. Caught me off guard with that. But yeah, basically, if you heat it up to like liquid, you can almost pour it over a mold, and then so if you had like the cast of a, say you had your actor's visage as like a bust or a base to build off. So like you want to make a prosthetic that'll fit on a person's face. You could get a representation of their face, and then you could pour this hot stuff all over it, and it'll like almost make like a liquid layer of plasticine over it that you can work from, and it'll be nice and even and nice and malleable. They also use this stuff, like the model makers that make prototype cars. When you see people like using the things and they're making cars out of clay, this is like what they're using because it's highly. You can paint it. You can, it's reusable. Like this chunk in my hand probably has probably like a half ounce of hot glue and God knows how much paint sort of mixed into it, and plopped out of it. It's just like invincible plasticine. So, but I'll use that to bury my models in. The only catch is that if like these tips were buried in there to hold it, and now I would probably have to be careful because paint, the oils from this stuff will get on this, and the oils that are on this now will can make the paint have trouble adhering to. I've been shared. Oh, there's plenty of me to go around, right? So, what we were working on earlier, um, where's the instruction? So, oh, where'd I put them? They went somewhere. I don't know where. There they are. So, yeah, what we were working on today, uh, made this Omega Red model for Marvel Crisis Protocol, which is like a miniature board game with Marvel characters. So, and I do like Omega Red, and I saw him, so I was like, yeah, let's go for it. So, actually going to get a little bit of gray ready. Gray is always a very speckly paint I find for the airbrush. Ooh, a little big for the mixer. Actually, upside down. A little better. Not much. Come on, you. Armin, I gotta ask, what's your favorite, what's your favorite scary movie, Armin? No, we were talking about slashers and Friday the 13th earlier. Do you have a favorite scary movie? Yeah, yeah, do you have it's Micah Red. Yeah, do you have a favorite scary movie or a favorite Halloween slasher? Traditional October scary movies. We've been kind of discussing uh slashers and scary movies in the chat earlier. I feel like you got a good insight and a good knowledge of movies and pop culture repertoire. So I would like to hear your insight on scary movies. Not to put you on the spot, but go. No, I think that only works for me getting stuck on the spot here. I don't think any of the chat gets on the spot. That's just me deflecting. Alright, go nice. Ooh. I shook the hell out of this, and it already looks kind of separated as I squeeze it in there. Ooh, and it's leaking. And I am not using my mask or my vent or anything right now. I'm just kind of doing a quick layer on this guy. Um, yeah, I'm gonna put some gray on him right here. There we go. Whoop. Two. Maybe we can just throw this right here. There we go. Now, I always worry about painting the rest of my desk, and I airbrush right at the desk. I try to avoid that. But sometimes you can't help it. It's like you just want to get things, gotta get the paint out and on, right? There we go. Ooh, changeling the thing. Yeah, okay, thing's a good one. Firstly, the changeling. Okay, I gotta see that then. I saw the changeling in the movie list, and I was like, yeah, actually, that's pretty good. The thing, yeah, the thing's a staple. Prince of Darkness. Not sure of that one. Ninth Gate. Okay, that's a good one. Yeah. Children of the Corn. Event Horizon. Yes, I love Event Horizon. Do you see? I gotta have my eyeballs in my hand going, do you see? Event Horizon is a favorite of mine. That's a good one. Good drop there, sir. You should just right there. You should be like, job done. Paranormal Activity is good. Sinister is good. Yeah, Sinister is creepy. That was with Ethan Hawke, right? And it was like the kids go missing, where it's like tragedies befall families, but one child goes missing in every thing. hmm The Changeling. Now, is that like we watched a movie recently called Hallow? I think it was Irish. Um, yeah, American Werewolf in London. That's a good one. Yeah, there's a movie called Hallow, and it's a family moving into a house that's like in this forest, and the community doesn't want them there. You know, the guy lives there because he's doing some kind of research in the forest, but there is the concept of like the creature, a changeling, getting swapped, like child swap and changeling is a thing. Is the changeling that kind of mythical, you know, child swap creature? Right, it's very. So I made a mistake. It wasn't. Oh, what does he say? Is it deliver us from hell or something like that? And it turns out like they are in hell. Yeah, don't read the Latin. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's a staple in every. Do not read the Latin. If you ever come across something that's written in Latin, don't read it. Nothing good comes of Latin. Sorry. Gotta flush out my airbrush again. There we go. Yeah, that one's a little bit like a flamethrower compared to the other one. Seven. Okay, yeah, seven's good. Yeah, you know what? I would call Kevin Spacey in that uh not quite slasher, but definitely in that like iconic movie killer. Okay. Okay, save us, save yourself. That's it. It's like save us from hell. It's like, save yourself from hell. Okay, yeah. I go back and watch that movie again. I have it on DVD. Been a while since I've watched. Yeah, I'm a big nerd. I collect DVDs still. Well, which is a good thing because You know, I lost my Netflix access recently, and good to have the movies you like still. We also have Tubi. I love Tubi. Okay, we're gonna go with a little bit of these. Boop, boop, boop. I'm just gonna grab my white airbrush paint. It's gonna go right from this tube. I don't know what demon you're conjuring, man, but you gotta stop. It's summoning the knowledge god. I'm gonna switch my ear in a second. I'm getting a voice telling me my battery's running low. Arbor Vino Veritas. YOLO! YOLO, that came from Latin, didn't it? Etc. That was good, sir. That was a good cap on that. Etc. You and your wit. Okay, so I'm gonna dry brush with very wet paint because I'm smart like that. I don't know if anyone else is into the painting minis or mini painting as I am in the chat right now. But I will say Army Painter today came out with a new announcement of a new product release that I'm excited for.
What's that?
They released a product called, I think it's Army Painter Fanatic, and it looks like a really, really nice full coverage paint that, uh, from what I witnessed of it, it looks like it does a phenomenal job of stuffing and eliminating the appearance of your brush lines and brush strokes. Uh, and has a very solid pigment, like for like tough colors, like yellow. Usually yellow's a bitch to work with, but apparently all the reviews of this new yellow is just like this stuff covers perfectly. So I would really like to try it. I don't think it's released to the general public yet, and my channel isn't fancy enough or a big enough following to get the free products from them. But I've kind of been tempted to just like I'll shill away. I don't think I'll have to shill. I use Army Painter in everything anyway. Like it wouldn't be so much a shill as a genuine review. I don't think they would hype up a bad product. And after their speed paint came out, they've carried a lot of momentum that I don't think they would risk squandering on a bad product and a cheesy shill. Yeah, sorry, I was just off camera there. I'm just doing all this priming and can't even see shite. Way to go, Dano. Come on, you stupid camera. Yeah, I'm just gonna lightly brush this white. Gonna kind of give a nice dry brush effect, even though it's actually really wet. I'm gonna say part of it's thanks to the brush I'm using. Once again, makeup brush. Tremors. Ooh, I love Tremors, man. I love Tremors. Rock rips through paper. But that is, I love how they always play rock, paper, scissors for whatever. It's like unspoken thing. I've adopted that habit in my own life. It's like when there's a decision time. Yeah, bring out the rock, paper, and scissors. There we go. Mega Red's looking all right. I think we're gonna hit him with some Army Painter speed paint. Ooh, Poltergeist. That's a good one. I like Poltergeist. They moved the headstones, but they never moved the body. I'm gonna give this a nice little buff. Kind of went a little heavy on that spot right there. One of the other things I was thinking about doing for this is thinking about trying a sketchbook style. Um, it's not a style I'm really familiar with. I would say it's kind of out of my comfort zone, but I think it looks so cool. Like I was watching, well, it's not like it actually might backlog it. So there's a channel, Epic Duck. Epic Duck is yeah, I gotcha. All right, we're back. Ooh, dude, you gotta see Poltergeist. Poltergeist is good. I think you would dig Poltergeist, and I think it's one of those movies that, uh, it's like one of those movies that even if you've never seen it, there's so much. It's such a classic, and it's been memed so many times. Like American Dad, Roger has the character that's like, this psychic medium. Oh, child, stay away from the light, child. But like, it's been parodied so many times. It's almost like when you see it without, it's like you've seen it without seeing it, or you know it without seeing it. But that's always a treat to see, and it's like you see what birthed all those memes. Yeah, yeah, it is good. And I'm so curious about the changeling because I saw that on the I saw that on the Tubi list, and I was like, ooh, that looks yeah, it looks good, but I just haven't seen it. I haven't heard of it either. So now that there's I'll say a reputable source has vouched for it quite well. I'm quite eager to see it. Yeah, and for anyone in the chat that might be questioning it, Armin knows his shit, so you can trust when he says it's a good movie, it's probably a good. Okay, so I'm just kind of splattering up these tendrils here. Whee! Give them a little splatter, splatter. I'm not gonna go too crazy on them. I just want to get that contrast, get all the little links and stuff done up. There we go. A little messy, but not too bad. Alright, lit up a bit. I'm curious how these will take to speed paint. Kind of debating. Do I hit these with the army paint speed paint, or do I go with the tradition? I do like the way the speed paints go down. The reds are really nice. Omega red is obviously red. So that might be the answer to me. I've answered my own question right there. Okay. Tendrils done. That done. Prince of Darkness is John Carpenter. Dude, yeah, dude, I'd be down to watch it. I'm always down for a good movie now. Yeah, now you really got me intrigued with this movie. The rubber suit monsters. Yeah, you know what? I feel like from late 80s through 90s was was probably one of the best eras. Like that era when we actually blew things up and set things on fire. You know, like we didn't CGI fire. We actually blew up a bus. We blew up an airplane in speed. Anything you blow stuff up. Oh man, I was watching something the other day. Can't remember what movie it is. It'll come to me though. But it was like there's a burning house and the guy's running from it, and they do the action scene explosion where they like dive. Now, there's one movie I watched before. It was an older movie. It might have been where it's like the guy was running, and what was the one where they blew it up, and it was like there's no way you could have let that guy dive. No, no, there's one where it was like they show the guy going for like an action dive, but he like dives with nothing behind him, and then they do like a snap cut to like the building blowing up in the distance, and it's like no way if you blew that up when that guy dove, you would have killed that man. And then the other movie, I think it was a Final Destination. I think it's the first Final Destination with the teacher when the teacher dies. But the stuntman running out of the house, like they blow it up right friggin' behind him. You swear to God, the blast of that house exploding sends this guy flying. Like he doesn't jump, he is blown across the yard. It's like, damn, how do you get a pyrotech that's that good? It's like, this explosion will launch you from 30 to 60 feet, but if you're within 20 feet, you're dead. Yeah. Outer Limits. Outer Limits is a good show. I liked Outer Limits. There were films famous, but Shining, Psycho. You know what? The Shining, I found it was good, but it didn't tickle the slasher horror thing. Like it was psychologically like a thriller, yeah, but it didn't tick the horror boxes the same something like The Thing does. I agree with that. Uh, Psycho was found Hitchcock movies like the original Psycho. Very Hitchcock, kind of follows the that paradigm of like mystery, scary. But yeah, Norman Bates was just kind of he didn't he didn't seem as terrifying. Yeah, yeah, he just kind of seemed weird. But like, yeah, Norman Bates was. I wouldn't. Once again, he's kind of human like Leatherface, kind of messed up psychologically like Leatherface, but nowhere near as scary as Leatherface. I'm just catching up and uh, okay, Prince of Darkness, John Carter. What's happening? Oh, that actually sounds really cool. Yeah, now I want to see that. Yeah, Escape from New York, Snake Plissken. Yeah, yeah, I like that one too. Final Destination series was good. Bored me to tears. Well, that's the whole thing, man, right? You locked away in the mountains, snowed in, and you get literally bored to death. Yeah, that's the real horror of it. Is like, oh God, I'm so bored, stuck here the whole time. All right, so now I'm gonna go to the face cam. This will be a little better view of the red. For some reason, this is the best focusing camera close up. I think it because it actually has that. Get my fingers out of the way. So the plan with him, I think, would be a kind of a sketchbook style. Now I have another one somewhere. I did oh, it's over here. He's hiding in my light box. Ugh. So this dude here, kind of like my first attempt at it. So you can kind of see these hard lines with the pen. That's all done with a micron. Black lines on the borders. Kind of makes them sketchbooky. Um, Definitely room for improvement on them. But it was a fun one to paint, like, fun little bumblebee. And I figured because it's like that classic anime sort of style, maybe doing that little sketch lines, the hard black micron would be kind of neat. So I'm gonna try. We'll see we'll see what comes of Omega as I go. But I would like to maybe try doing that thing for the sketch. that would count in the horror genre. Okay, okay, that is a an arguable sort of um like Terminator. Like people would be like, oh no, sci-fi and robots, they're not scary, but like that was never done like that before. And you know, call it, killer. He's going around killing people. He's unstoppable, slasher esque. But then once you start blowing him up, and then he's like still coming. He's got half a robot. It's still coming. Yeah, playing catch with a wall. Nothing wrong with that, man. Cool hand Luke. Uh, okay, I'll throw this one in there too then for classics. I don't know. Predator to me was always more action than horror. And I think that's just because the cast, they had all these, badasses of their day just shooting guns and tearing the rainforest apart. It's like, yeah, kick ass, Arnold. Alien, the original Alien, that was definitely in the horror genre. Aliens, that starts to get more into the action. But yeah, Terminator, definitely. I would call Terminator 1 absolutely into the horror realm, sci-fi horror. The second one, I would once again put into the action bucket. The second one was so cool. All right, so what are we gonna do with this guy? We got. I'll get back to the table. Table. Beaties on this. Down. Up. A better view. Let's see if I can do. Oh, can I zoom that in on him a bit? Oh, that's a little too close. But ideally, we're gonna kind of go with this: the red, the blue, and the white. Try to go off this sort of paradigm. Call it box art. um, we'll see. We'll see how we go. Yeah, yeah. That's exactly how I was feeling, man. Yeah, it's like you had such a powerhouse action team. You're like, I'm safe with these guys. All right, so let's grab some speed paint. Let's start with those. We got a little bit of this runic gray. I think that'll be a good color to use. We got blood red and slaughter red. I think we'll go slaughter red. It's a little more the darker side. We'll keep blood red handy. Uh, maybe this holy white. Holy white's kind of a cursed paint. It's very gray, but it's still pretty good. Super action hero. Yeah, like I think they wrote that movie with the idea of it being action. Like it would be hard to have. I think it would have been more of a horror movie if you had less of a strong team that wasn't like if your actors were meant to portray fear rather than a dutiful sense of ass kicking, it would have been scarier. Like Alien, I would say goes right into the horror box because none of the actors were like, "We'll kill this alien. We got this. Let's go fuck him up." It was like everyone was terrified of the alien, which kind of projects that terror into the viewer. And I guess eventually, once you see like in Predator, like Billy's like something out there, Major. There ain't no man. Like you can tell he's kind of spooked, but it's not the same. Yeah, yeah. See, that's actually a great example of it in that like your main character is, they're not fearless towards the evil force. They're terrified of the evil force, and I think that kind of makes for a strong dictator in like does the movie does the movie scare you or does the movie like is it action? Is it horror? Where does it land? Yeah, I think what your characters are emotionally feeling and portraying help. Now, is that the like Brendan Fraser mummy? I know there's another mummy. Was there a mummy with Tom Cruise? And I'm sure there's like an old, mummy. But yeah, just confirming if that's the Brendan Fraser mummy. That's a good movie. Yeah, this white pigment really needs the mix. If you look at the bottom, it's barely swirled off. Okay, I got one for her. Sleepy Hollow. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, in T2, Sarah Connor's like just armed to the teeth. Uh, everyone, and Arnold is not afraid of, like the Terminator himself is not afraid of the T-1000. Sleepy Hollow's horror. Okay, it's weird. It's like it falls in the lines of like mystery, horror. Uh, it's like, does it count if it's Tim Burton? Does he do horror or does he just do Tim Burton, which is kind of can be uncomfortable. Like Edward Scissorhands isn't really a horror movie, but it's there. It can be incredibly uncomfortable at times. Imagine being Edward Scissorhands in suburbia. That'd be a nightmare. Never mind the people meeting the guy with Scissorhands. Imagine being that isolated loner android human bot thing that Vincent Price created in his factory, and then like being unleashed into weird ass cookie cutter color suburbia. Like I think it'd be more of a horror movie for Edward Scissorhands than anyone else. Your main character's terrified. Yeah, it worked. Yeah. Okay. It's a classic mummy. Yeah, I never saw the Tom Cruise. All right, I think this paint is about mixed. I hope. So we're gonna try just and get another tray for these. Something a little cleaner. And find a bit of a sloppy brush. So for this, I'm just gonna go off his arms. See what we get on that. This is a very grayish white paint. It might actually be very nice for his Omega Red's actual skin. But I don't think it'd be good for actually trying to get any hard white pigment. Like you can see in here, it's actually really gray. But it has a bit of a transparency to it. So when I go over these sort of white highlights that I kind of dry brushed on, it just kind of goes with them a bit. I think this skin will need more work than this holy white. I don't think this holy white's going to do the trick. Not the way we want it to. Probably have to add in maybe a little blue to it. A little cold flesh. Something like that. Dead skin. Something along those lines. A little dab on his face. Just okay. The ruins. Okay. Yeah, ruins are a good one. Ooh, I got one for you. Phantom. Ben Affleck was the bomb in Phantoms, yo. Okay, we'll go a little bit of slaughter red here. We'll see how the slaughter red picks up and goes on him. Da Vinci Code. Ah, the Catholic Church. Terrifying thing of all. uh, Phantoms was fun. Phantoms was fun. Yeah, I like that one. Phantoms was actually one of the first DVDs I ever owned. That's a bit of a throwback, but I actually went into an HMV, like an HMV, and ordered Phantoms. Like, yo, go through your index and like order Phantoms for me in inventory. And they were like, sure thing. Back when you could do that at an HMV. Tell them what DVD you wanted, and they would order it for you. Now you can just do it yourself online. Sixth Sense, The Happening. The Happening, I don't. Oh, is that? I want to say Nick Cage, Nicolas Cage, I think, or is that Matt Damon? Okay, so we're gonna go with his shoulder pads. So just as a reference, we're gonna have Omega Red sitting there as like he's gonna help us out here. Go, and it starts. No going back now. Shoulders. Hold still, Omega. Move his pants. With the speed paint, you don't have to worry too much. You can slather it on. It's okay. It likes to, pool, not pool, but like speed paint likes to go on thick. And there's some elements of silver that we can hit. We will need an oopsie brush. There we go. This will help clean up any of our mistakes. Anywhere that we put paint we don't want paint. And clean up. Okay. Going with a lot of red everywhere. Go. Okay. Okay. Getting the sides on. We also got a little bit of a piece right here. Also. probably have to come in with maybe another tone of red as well. And those two reds, a couple reds, maybe some silvers. I think I'll probably go with a true metallic rather than uh, butts with the non-metal metallic. The box art looks like they went non-metal metallic, but I can't. I'm not. Ooh, feel like that'll be too difficult and beyond my capabilities. Body Snatchers is a good one. I like Body Snatchers. Huh? Body Snatchers actually. Yeah, yeah. The Bennings does that like alien scream as he's kind of like looking up to Kurt Russell in the thing, but the actual like physically pointing at a person like index finger hard point at you and scream is that's Body Snatch. And then it's like once one starts doing it, like they all start doing it. You'd be like in a shopping mall, and then everyone in the mall is staring at you, screaming. Like that, yeah. Body Snatcher's scary, and it was that just that, like being singled out by the screaming alien, and like, oh shit, and then seeing how many people aren't people. I thought that was really cool. Body Snatchers is good, and that's one they've done a lot. They've done Body Snatchers a lot. Good. Um, 90s. Disturbing Behavior. You guys seen that one? That one was like a real MTV type uh, horror movie, but it had a great soundtrack. Like that's one thing I would absolutely put it. Had a friggin' awesome soundtrack. Ooh, got you where I want you. It's like Space Pigs or something like that. Super nice. Ooh, Donald Sutherland. Yeah, Virus. That was a good one. Did I miss that? Did we reference? Did we reference Virus? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Donald Sutherland too. Yeah. Yeah. Virus was really good. I liked that one. That was one I didn't know about till recently. I think it was from 1999, but I hadn't seen it till like maybe the last year. Virus was cool. If you get a chance to watch Virus, watch Virus. The effects in it are so cool. Like whoever you had making all the little robots and stuff for it, all the little prop effects, like they must have had a friggin' blast because the robots were getting a little sloppier than I want it to be. Okay, alrighty, yeah. Just keep going with this red. Right now, I'm almost doing like more pointillism than painting. Like I'm just kind of poking this paint into crevices and corners, and when I poke it down, and it sort of like this poke makes contact with what's on there, it kind of like levels itself out. What are the bonuses of speed paint? It's like your brush strokes eventually don't matter if they're pulled up enough. It'll just sort of find its way and soak over and not leave brush. Keep going. Dabby, dabby, dabby. Hmm? That better. Okay, man. Take care. Thank you for stopping by. It was good having you and talking movies. Yeah, yeah. We'll be in touch tomorrow, man. Sphere. Yes, Sphere was a good one. You know what? There's a scene where they had a giant squid, and the only time you see the squid are the eggs or on the radar. I wish they showed you the squid in Sphere. That's my one complaint about Sphere. They give you the terror of a giant squid, but you never actually get visual confirmation that it exists. But then again, does it exist, or is it just in a manifestation of their thought and fear? Ooh. Jaws, yeah, that is a classic. Yeah, yeah, I'd say it hits your thriller. It hits your horror suspense. The bum 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 bum. You know, Jaws would absolutely be a slasher killer. You know, mindless, bloodthirsty killer. You know, he does not discern between his victims. If you're in the water, you are dead shark food. Yeah, I'd say that's a good one. A good quintessential hits all takes all the boxes of all the categories. He's got metal on his inside, but his gloves and the backs of his gloves are red. So are his boots. Let's go down his boots. Look at his boots. I feel like I've been all over the place tonight painting. I feel like I have not been in focus as much as I usually am. I apologize for that, guys. All over the place with it. Go. That was good. Then they carried Jaws on for I think there's three of them. But by the third one it's less it feels less like Jaws and more kind of something else. Damn, this guy's got a lot of red. You know, who'd have thought this Omega Red guy would have so much red paint on? Cover up the hands. Go. Okay. You can hit those with some metal. I also have this runic gray that I think I'm gonna sort of apply for the metal. I think maybe I'll use two tone, like a bit of silver, true metallic, and then put some of that runic gray over it. Yeah, a little too sloppy with that. Okay, we're looking all right here. Make sure we're getting all of the necessary spots. Oh shit, that's never good. Oh, clean up all the little smudges. Okay. Oops, sorry guys. Setup. Focus has been kind of crappy today. It's been all over the place. Ah, dude, you are already way cooler than us. I promise you, you're cooler than us. Oh man, good to see you. Good to see you. I think it is. Everything is just hard work, though, right? Like I think you nailed it right there on the first words of just working hard. You can be a glass artist, Justin. No, not even close. Yeah, which Justin do you think that could be? Come on, you know. Thank you for hanging. Thank you for joining us. I'm right now painting my nerdy toys. This is Omega Red from X-Men. So I'm gonna hit this hair with some of this yellow. Hmm? Oh, oh, oh. Okay. Guy who breaks glass. Sorry, you threw me for a sec, man. I thought you might have been someone else. There's another Justin I know that will pop in occasionally. How are you? Thank you for joining. Good to see you. I'm painting Omega Red tonight. Or at least trying to. I'm making a mess of Omega Red. Yes, thank you for. Oh, we'll do actually, yeah. Can I get Yeah, I was gonna say for everyone out there, the YouTube links are janky, so I'm gonna have if you can get your links into the chat, throw them out there and share away, please, please. If not, I'll have my my ever so helpful mod Kirsten throw some links out there. Justin streams on Twitch. You don't have a YouTube, do you? Do you? Do you? I know some people have both. God, I am just awful with my focus today, guys. I'm so sorry. Maybe it's all. Ah, that's twice. There we go. Yeah, so anyone in the chat, check that out. No YouTube yet? No worries, man. It's YouTube's an unforgiving place. I'll say after creeping through Twitch and doing YouTube videos, uh, there's a level of like interactivity that Twitch has that YouTube doesn't. Um, I feel like the habit of the YouTuber video creator is sitting on an editing program by yourself for hours and hours and hours just editing the videos that you put out. And for Twitch, it seems that instead of putting all that energy by yourself into hours and hours of editing, you can just directly engage and cut the editing kind of to a minimum, or like kind of come in with the editing when it feels more suitable. Like you can like take clips and mash all the clips together and make a little montage or something. Or you can take previous posts and elements of those, edit. I will say though, it is pretty tricky, especially if you do like live streams for like 8 hours, having to condense 8 hours into 10 minutes. The usual YouTube video attention span lands about 10 minutes. Um, the lives are a little better, but it's not. The live streaming on YouTube isn't as popular. It's, but I would recommend it if you have any kind of following on Twitch already. Doesn't hurt to throw out a couple videos. See if it takes or not. Just do the fun stuff. And I think that way it stays a little more genuine. Like there's a lot of stuff on YouTube that's just bait, you know, and it's kind of like I don't think you can bait on Twitch this thing. It's a different like we've all seen the shower stuff. It's a different kind of bait, but you don't get hit with the same like you go through the shorts reels on YouTube. Some of it's like crap. Like how does this crap get launched into the millions? It's a kind of a mystery, but yeah, I like the interactivity. I like the connection. I think that's where we're really going with it is to have interactive connection. You know. Yeah, completely posting the VODs. Yeah, see that's I've seen that too, and it's like you get you pre-record like your OBS might record it directly, and then you just take your recording and pop it up there too, and then you're everywhere. You don't have to edit as much because editing can be a very time-consuming task. Like I did a video for my Ozu painting, and I will say the research it took to do that painting, like the research was probably got many hours of research because I wanted to get my anatomy for it correct. And then I wanted to get my facts about the artist, Ozu, correct. And then I had to write a script. And then put it all together and all that. But the painting itself was like 20 something hours. And then editing all those 20 hours into a 10-minute video was probably way more than 21 hours. That was like probably 100 hours. So you probably put like a good 120 hours into a video, and your 120 hours of effort pops out as like 7 minutes. 7 minutes of watchable time that most people probably skip to the end anyway. So yeah, sometimes I think just like taking the raw work and just plopping it up there would be better. But the other part of me is like, ah, man, video editing's a whole nother art. You know, express your art with art, meta art. Maybe that's just how I justify it. So, but dude, I'm really happy you jumped in and joined, man. Like honestly, like the stained glass, that's something I would happily learn and watch and take notes and learn. That's some really cool shit. And it's something you don't see a lot of people doing, you know? I think that's the really cool thing about it. It it stands out. It's very unique. And I really like that. We're just hitting parts here and there with the silver. We'll probably put some cloud burst blue or something over it after. I just want something nice and shiny that'll eat up some of this silk red, give me kind of a fresh surface to work on. It'll look quite different from the rest of the food. I apologize if I keep slipping. So usually one of the things I do, especially for like when I'm filming a YouTube video versus live, is I put this guy down and I glue this jar to my table. So I actually can't pick it up and do this. Like I have to glue it to the table and then just spin him. So we're actually gonna do a call it like a soft fast. Mush this piece. There. So that should keep me from running away on you guys. Hopefully. But it does make for a more challenging painting. Some other people I've shown like, hey man, you want to stand focused? Glue yourself to the table. People are at. I mean, I can't pick up my model. I gotta crane my head sideways and hold my brush weird. Not forever. You know what? I find too that, but like when you're streaming, it it's not as it's not it doesn't seem as big of a deal if you like do this. And I like I'll take it away from that focal point. I'll go, oh, I'm doing like for a live performance, especially on Twitch. It seems like it's not that paramount. Like when I first, I don't even want to say when I first went on YouTube. 'Cause I still do it. Like I won't. I feel there's an obligation in the YouTube attitude that it has to be constant. Uh, Call it, a constant presentation of whatever you're showing. There's got to be, a structured format and, a plan and a category. Like I got to be like today I'm painting Marvel Crisis Protocol, and I'm like I feel it like in Twitch, you can go from like oh I'm painting a bit, and then I'm switch to some gaming a bit, do some digital art, paint a canvas. Like you can kind of just go off the cuff with what you're doing. If you got to go make some lunch or something, you can get up and be like, hold on, I'll put on the BRB screen and go make some lunch and then continue my stream. And like that, like I don't want to, like for me, I feel like there's so much pressure on YouTube that like you don't feel like you can, and I don't mean pressure by people. I just mean like the format in which YouTube likes to display itself, you know, telling everyone, "Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go do this and continue in 2 seconds." Like YouTube doesn't like that, or at least that's how it feels. I could be all in my head, right? But I feel like in Twitch, it's a lot more acceptable to just kind of do your thing. And once again, this could just be my own, what's the word? Preconceived notions, my own intrusive thoughts. I don't want to thin the metallic too much because I don't want it. Yeah, solid. But I also want them to spread. I probably could have done this whole suit metal and then hit the red on. That might have been a little easier, but no way to really tell. Hey man, I fuck off. I'm not monetized on any platform. Like that's the goal, but nope. This doesn't make me money. Maybe that's the sort of the kind of thing I need to reaffirm and adopt to my head as positivity as well. Because I have heard on some channels, especially YouTube channels, a lot of people on YouTube have been complaining about YouTube not paying them like it used to. I'm guessing people who have like million hits, 100,000 hits, you know, followers over the 10,000 level, where they were probably making bank at one point, and then now YouTube's kind of changed their policies. So you see people kind of scrambling or jumping on sponsors or, uh, taking up more advertising space like more advertisements on their channels and stuff, plugging different sponsors. And it's sometimes I kind of go, it's a blessing to be small because, you know, I can still naively do what I like to do. Like I'm like, oh, I want to paint Omega Red today. I'm gonna paint Omega Red. There's no sponsor obligation. There's no, Games Workshop isn't telling me you gotta paint, 20 Space Marines this month. You gotta paint the new release of this thing for us this month. It's like I can just paint whatever the hell I want, and I can edit and say whatever I want in my videos. So, does it pay the bills? Nope. But does it satisfy my creative needs? Absolutely. And maybe that just having my creative needs satisfied and being able to happily do what I like, maybe that there's something to that. Like maybe that in itself is kind of genuine. You're not plugging or chilling. Kind of sitting and hanging with good people and engaging in hobbies. That all said though, it is money is nice. It is good to have some money. There are sponsors out there watching this. Hint, hint. Funny, Army Painter actually released a a new sort of details about a new product of theirs today. Army Painter Fanatic, and there's a lot of YouTube channels and influencers that were like plugging it. They all got sent like little promo packs of like a few colors, a few pigments to test, and they're all saying like, this paint is amazing. The coverage this paint gives is amazing. The flow it has is amazing. The opacity it provides for the thinness of it. Like it's thin but super opaque. So if you don't have to do 10 coats of yellow, you can just do one thin coat of yellow and have a solid base to it. So I really like that. That sounds great. Uh, so yeah, part of me is like I would love to reach out to Army Painter just to get some promo stuff. I paint with all my airbrush paints, my normal paints, most of my go-to paints, all my airbrush is it's all Army Painter. I do have some Citadel, and I have nothing against the quality of Citadel paint. Citadel paint is actually quite good. It's just bloody expensive, and I will say Army Painter Speed Paint is I want to say a bit better than contrast paint. Although my experience with contrast paint is limited. Thanks, man. It's coming along. I think all the silver needs a bit of blue. I'm really just trying to clean up all this red I slopped around. So to kind of go on with the paint, I'll you know, share some of my limited knowledge to give a bit of insight with the paint. Uh, just where I am, Army Painter is probably one of the most affordable and abundant paints. Uh, Citadel paints everywhere as well, but it is expensive. Like, for example, This is an 18 milliliter pot of wash. So it's 18 milliliters. It's in a pot. It was $9 Canadian. Like that's the legit price tag on it. This is a bottle of 18 millimeters in a dropper bottle of fluorescent green airbrush paint. I just grabbed it because it was next to the other one. This was like $3. So like literally you could buy three of these for the cost of one of these large pots. Now you can get the paint in like slightly, say, smaller pots. These are like 12 mils, and they're like, you know, they can be like $4 or $5 depending on where you get them. I know, right? It's ridiculous expensive. So say a bottle like this, that's 59 milliliters, and it's just like craft deco matte paint. This is like $1.50. Like apple barrel deco paint craft. Oh, like that. Those little squeezy bottles. Um, I will say using $2. Okay, that's pretty damn good. What brand, if you don't mind my asking, or because like I was saying, some model paints are you're just paying for a name. Some of them have good properties. I would highly recommend the trying the Army Paint speed paint. They can be a little pricey for the box, but I find they're fun to use. But they do take a little bit of learning. Like they don't behave like your typical. They almost behave more like just a little. Yeah, I think that's kind of part of it too. Person is yeah. You got Citadels for $2 a pot? Oh damn, man, that's amazing. Go back and just clean them out. $2 a pot for Citadel. That's a great deal. You know what? I also think there's a matter of where it is too. Like I'm in Canada, and it's expensive for things in the UK to ship to Canada for some weird reason. Um, yeah, I don't know how we work that out with our taxes. That Canada pledges its loyalty to the Queen. Oh, but we don't do their mail. Yeah, that's something that's always confused me. It's like I have slot cars, like electric, and trying to get something shipped from the UK to Canada for your electric is friggin' hurting. It's expensive as hell. So I think maybe there's better prices in the States and more accessible shipping, or just cheaper shipping. Like it's almost like we have to get our stuff, like the UK sends it to the States and then we get it from the States rather than us getting it from the UK. Something like that. I don't know. It seems expensive to get stuff. Okay, so he's got a headband, and he's got, along with that headband, yeah, here, I'll show you the paints that I started with. So, back before I had Army Painter or anything, basically this. There's a blue, yellow, red, black, white, silver, and it is, I have some pots for it. Weirdly, the paint in those little plastic things is actually still good. It kind of blows my mind because they're old as hell. Come on, get in there. But it's this stuff. Hester's. It's very thin. It's very, like, it's some high gloss paint. I'm gonna actually take a little bit out of this red. See if this red is still alive. But it is a very glossy red. Oh god. Yeah, everything about this paint is frustrating. Like, this is how I've been mixing, and then you get this nice little fire truck red. Now the thing about this paint, oh shit, where did that go? Oh, is it's it's for models. It is for models, but it's more for like model cars and model airplanes. Like it has a very smooth gloss finish, like car paint. So when you paint it on, like if I paint it on this guy's, gloves and stuff, he's gonna look very shiny plastic, and kind of looks a little off when you want that matte color. See one thing with white, and then hands and arm green. Okay. Omega's flesh is it's gonna be pretty pale white, maybe like a very, very pale blue. But like if you look at the picture here, his skin's pretty white. Yeah, hands are gonna be your best friend. Um, white is also pretty stable, just to lift and drop colors, and army greens. Greens are nice. I love green. Uh, so we're just gonna take a little bit of this Tested red. Just gonna put that on. Hmm. So you can kind of see immediately now, like if you look at his that knee, that's almost like candy apple. So I'm just gonna put this little bright glaze on part. I don't know if I'd call it a glaze, but we're just gonna kind of smooth some of this really bright red over some of this dark red. And that's gonna help us almost get that kind of 90s cartoon color palette. If I can get it smooth on there. There we go. So you can see those little knees pop out a bit. Try to put a little bit of extra red on there. kind of nice bright pop. You kind of see it on its foot there as well. I figure that way you just have two reds, one very bright but selective use, just to kind of give pop to what's there. This might be a bad idea. We'll find out as I go. You kind of like on the edges of the gauntlet here. Oh, sorry. Let me get back. Yeah, no problem. Like this, what I'm working with. Um, so what I have here is it's basically just like a little jar, and I use like this glob stuff here. It's basically it's a product called Monster Clay, but it's basically just like a professional grade plasticine that it can be very firm at room temperature, or you can like literally put it in the oven or microwave and cook it into a liquid and then pour it on something and it'll take the form of something and then it'll cool and harden into clay again. And it's quite firm at room temperature. You can paint it, you can, and it's quite versatile. You can use thinning agents because it's oil based, and I just use a big glob of it on top of a jar so I can 360 around. Um, Now I have like these things are like little grippies that will, if this thing will pinch, you can kind of fit your model in there and paint. These are Citadel product, but I find for bigger models or when I want to glue something down on my table so it stays, you guys can see it without me like taking it into my lap. Um, I just use a jar, peanut butter jar, glass jar. I like this jar because I can take it. It makes a nice little grip too. Like you can hold the whole jar, you can hold this thing and leave that. But yeah, like a peanut butter jar, any kind of thing with a screw top will be your friend as far as this little 360 method. And with the clay, what I'll do is like I can angle it. So see, I was kind of on an angle like that. Now it's like you can kind of work the angles with it. Um, Here, I'll show you one of the other tricks I do. I'm not actually going to fully employ it because I'm a little past that part. So what I'll do is I'll take a marble and I'll bury a marble in the clay. Like I'll scoop out a little hole and I'll put a marble in there. I'll cover the marble up and I'll glue the guy to the marble. Like just with a little dab of hot glue. So that way, like I can turn it and then like angle it. Like I can almost like roll the marble so this guy like he'll like up, down, left, right, and then so I can like angle him that way and spin so you can kind of get a good look at him. But with the base this small, like gluing that marble to that will be trickier. Oops. Drop the marble. Oh geez, there it goes. My battery's chirping me again. Where'd my yeah, yeah, cutting mat, soldering mat, anything you got going helps. I just find kind of gives me a little more room to work with. And like if I wasn't on camera at all, I'd probably be sitting like this with it right in my lap. Like, if you look this way, like my painting pose when I'm not live is literally sitting like elbows tucked on my hips, over, hand on my leg, like everything is locked solid, so nothing moves and nothing floats. Um, on the table, I actually have a foam pad here, so I can leave my wrist. Like if I leave my wrist here on the table on my cutting mat, I'm just gonna lean my weight on it for a sec, and I'm gonna take my wrist off. It's like you can almost see that little slice. Like it hurts your friggin' wrist. So having that pad makes it way easier to just like base and paint and not wobble. Because I get very, I don't want to say I have shaky hands, but like if I was to just like float my paintbrush in the air and paint, I would not be precise. I like to kind of lock myself into a position. An M&M's minis tube, yeah, that would work. Actually, I could see that being really nice as a handle. Doesn't spin though. I like a spin. Um, yeah, I have a few, but that's just yeah. I know I did show one of these. So these guys are brand named. Yeah, pretty sure I showed these, and they're nice to like flip around, like as you're holding. Kind of the same thing I was showing before. I'd walk in and paint. You can kind of leave your fingers on them. Something you might see is I'll have my pinky out, and I'll leave my pinky on whatever I'm touching as like to keep the wobble down. Like the less floating there is and the more points of contact you have on stuff, the less you kind of jiggle around. I find some people have shaky hands, some people, bad shoulders, some people will do this posture, some people will paint like this. So I find that's the other reason I like to keep things on my desk if I can. It keeps me upright and I'll still like look down, but that way I'm not curving my spine totally. I'm just like folded in half, staring at my balls. Yeah, this way you can have a little bit of posture, save your neck a little. A little dab of water. Uh, the other thing too, uh, I'm not even using it, but like I do have a wet palette. So sometimes if you want your paints to last, they're drying up on the palette, or if you want them to be just like a little damp and a little thin, and it's just a cheapo wet palette. It's not like a professional. You can make one out of like a Tupperware lid, a few sheets of folded paper towel, and a parchment paper over top, and voila, wet palette. Oh, that'd be the dream. Yeah, just up a little, oh, down a little, oh, turn. That's too funny. Yeah, that'd be the dream. Nope. A little bit of red. And tuck into the Citadel red now. It's a little more gutsy pigment. Missed part of his hair. Damn. Go back to that. Okay. So we have to get the real small brushes. Yeah, yeah, it's not child labor if they're your kids. Let's get teenies out. Alright. The develop on this bad boy. Hmm. Feels stupid. Okay, he's got his headband. Oh, there, but a little bit of red on it too. Work that heel a bit. Match both feet. There we go. Better. Yeah, this brush is this is a Tamiya modeling HG. So I think they refer to that as like your like N scale, like model trains. And I think this is HG, like referring to HG in that scale, which is really small. I could be mistaken though, but like, most of my brushes have like this guy's, he's a 10 over spotter. Uh, they all kind of have their different titles. Like one of my go-tos is a Citadel medium layer brush. I couldn't tell you what size that is. The army painters come in size from. Let's see. I don't know if you can read that. It says monster. This is a monster brush. Like this one's a psycho brush, the tiny tip. They all have weird names. uh, yeah, it's honestly I'm a bit of a weirdo for that. Um, so one of the main things that I get paint on my hands for, like how the term paint hand Dan came about was when I dry brush stuff. So dry brushing, you want the paint to be sticky. So like, for example, if I want to, like, if I want a texture of paint, you can see how I got some hairy hands. If I go like this, it's gonna paint, and you see a solid, like, goes right in my pores, kind of. If I wrinkle up my hand a bit and dry this out, eventually it'll get like that, right? So you can see the skin through it. And that's because the brush is a little, like, I'm intentionally drying out the bristles. So that way when I go about, so now I can do this and it's like, oh, I'll paint my hair, but not my skin. So what that means is when I start painting his head, like I'll paint the outermost bit, like I can rub my paintbrush across it, but I'll only get the parts that stick out the most, and anything that's kind of recessed won't get the paint, but anything that's kind of out and putting a lot of friction against the brush will get the paint. So you can kind of do your recesses and layers a little easier. Um, I've been painting minis. When did I start? I don't know, a few years. It started as like a really small thing. I had a Magic the Gathering board game. I had a bunch of minis for that. Like I love Magic. I love the art in MTG. I'll paint them. And I got my tester's paint and went about it. And I really liked the process. So I started getting, I'd go to the local shops and find a cool model, a cool Warhammer thing, and be like, wow, that's cool. I want to paint that. Um, but I haven't really, like, I don't know how to play Warhammer, the game. I've never, like, I don't know the rules or, like, I'm not against it. It seems like a very resource heavy and learning heavy game to play. hmm Okay, actually, here, Citadel, this is a good example of it. So Citadel does a paint called dry paint. Yeah, like this is Changeling Pink. And honestly, this stuff is great. I love the dry paint because it gives you a good ability. Like I'll still put it on my hand like that to load my brush properly, but it takes a lot of the guesswork of how much your brush is loaded out of the question when you're dry brushing. You can just like grab some of that and go. I feel like a white dry brush would actually be excellent for yes, oh, um well so the clumpy thing is good here. So if you see this guy, see how he's kind of black and white? Like where's a bigger one? This guy. Yeah. So I stripped this guy down. Like I stripped this totally off a little while ago. It was fully painted. I soaked it in alcohol, scrubbed it, brushed it. And so this is why your dry brush paint will actually be really freaking good, dude. Um, I'm gonna use some of this changeling pink just as an example because it's you know call it chunky, lumpy, almost looks like a marshmallow fluff in there. And when you get it off, it's on your brush, it's all sticky. So this is where I'll go. just make sure I get that right amount. Make sure it's doing what I want on my hand there. You can see that little bit of pink. So now, when I go about a surface like, let's say this claw here, there's lots of texture to that claw. And if I just go and really lightly go on it, you can hardly tell, but I'm like depositing really light, thin layers of pink over that white. All right? So as I'm using this really soft brush, I'm not knocking out like the pink isn't getting into the deepest parts of black. Whereas if this was really runny paint, it would be like soaking into the cracks and everything. But with this dry brush, you can just kind of drag it along. You can kind of beat up your model a bit. You can be a little rough with it, and it's only going to stick to those outermost bits. On my YouTube channel, I have a video called, it's a 3-part video about painting an ankeg, like an orchid mantis. It's like a, but like in that video, I kind of break down about they modern painters. The trend is yeah, it could be that um yeah, just using a little much. But the other thing too is your type of brush. Um, so what I like to use with the dry paints are makeup brushes, like just straight up like your lip and your eye brush, and like these nice, really soft brushes because they're super soft. That when they kind of tickle over the model, they they're not stiff, so they don't stick into things. They'll just kind of like sort of slide over the contours without going in them. They'll just trying to think. Just a common term would be, oh, dude. Okay, I think you got to check out the video then. Uh, hold on, maybe I can. Oh, that's so cool, man. Honestly, I I love all sorts of insects, but orchid mantises are one of I do like them a lot. There's something about them that's just like they're they're deviously camouflaged, they're sinister killers, and they're absolutely gorgeous. Might have to go to. Oh, sorry, one sec. I think my mic is hurting. Check, check. Mic check. We're back, I think. Hopefully. I'm hoping that works. Yes, no. Let me know if that's working or not, please and thank you. I think I got that there. Okay. That's good. Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, so and it's not just my stuff. Like there'll be. Oops, sorry, going at the mic now. Um, yeah, there's it's not just my stuff. There's a lot of get it. There's a lot of really talented painters out there on YouTube. Uh, Looking up something called slap chop. Like it is a bit of a. It does seem like a bit of a gimmicky term. Like a lot of people jump on it for the likes and stuff. Uh, Likes and the follows. But it's basically just doing like a gradient of black, gray, white, and usually you put your white on with like you kind of get this look where it's almost like that shadowy with white highlights, and it's literally just starting black and then using a soft brush and that dry brush, like that dry white paint, and like just gently getting it on the outermost spots.
I shared works versus
Hmm? Sorry?
the early versus late is like some early works versus
Oh, okay. Yeah, so the rainbow on that one, I did the rainbow with an airbrush. That was kind of like a helpful thing for it. And that was just using like literally preparing a bunch of jars as rainbow colors and then flipping through each one to like switch jars. So yeah, that one actually that one took me a while. That was that was a slow go. That was more than one sitting. But yeah, that that was a really fun painting. I really liked that one. It was it's liberating, you know? It was one of those pieces that I really didn't know what to do with it. And when I found out, like I kind of read about the history. I don't know much about Warhammer, so when I have a model that intrigues me, sometimes I'll like to read about it. Because all their characters have like lore and a story, and there's like the whole universe of it. So the idea with Severith was that that fox is a wind spirit, and apparently he's a very angry wind spirit who uses his sandstorms to scour flesh from bone. But he's only pissed off because he was betrayed by a clan, like some tribe of people that were fighting another tribe, needed to get him out of the way because he was a protector. So they lured him into a cave, and the cave was enchanted to play beautiful music as the wind traveled through the cave. So being a wind spirit, he would fly through the cave and joyously listen and create this beautiful music in the cave. And once he was deep in the caves, they collapsed the entrance and exits, and they sealed him shut and in a cave with there's no draft, no wind, no music, and he has no power. He's just still wind in this cave for thousands of years. And then when he was released, finally, he was pissed off and ripped everyone to pieces with the sandstorm. So I liked to think that that very rainbowy color version of him is when he was like jamming out inside the cave. When he was still like in a good mood, he was still helping people, he was still enjoying music. Oh, I have an echo. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Let's see if I can't figure that out. Hmm. That better? Oh, dude, honestly, man, I wouldn't even say I'm skilled at this. I just like doing it. There's so many people who are way better at this than me. Um, but like, I enjoy it, and anything that I can learn and pass on, I love to help. Because I was absolutely in a spot when, like, I showed you the paint I started with. Man, people would look at me and be like, "You're crazy. You use testers to paint your models?" And I just didn't know better. I just thought it was one of those instances of I thought, it's cheap paint. It's cheaper than Citadel, and I don't know what I'm doing, and you know, it should, it should get my models painted. And by the time I figured out, better products, better strategies, and stuff like that, I was already like probably a good 20 to 30 models of 60 models in the box done. And I couldn't, at that point, I actually couldn't change my, I couldn't change my course of models because if I took like nice matte paint and new skills and transferred them up, it wouldn't look like the same box anymore. It looked like there were two different sets. So I kind of kept going with this testers to like make the whole all 60 something models cohesive. Um Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Like I said, I don't know if I would call myself skilled. I think I'm more just patient. I think that's what it is. So you got to be willing to sit for like a while and paint. Use the tiny brush and dig in there. He's got that little emblem on his chest. Let me get this straps on this. Whatever these vials are, I'm not sure what these vials are. I think they wanted the more silver in the box art. So that's kind of one of the neat things about the Marvel pieces too, is like you kind of like if you've seen the cartoons and stuff, you know what Omega Red looks like. There's not so much of a mystery in like what do I paint him. Sometimes you'll get monsters or other things, and you kind of get into a block of like don't know what color they should be or don't know what should go with what. And sometimes I don't like the box art because it feels limiting. Like Severith was just blue and tan, and I was like, no, he's getting a rainbow. But like this guy, I don't think I wouldn't be happy if I painted him anything other than his normal X-Men resemblance. Like if I painted Omega Red purple, I'd look at it and go, I didn't do right. Which nothing says Omega Red can't be purple, but it's just not what I'm used to seeing. It's not what anyone's used to seeing. I don't know much color theory either. I actually have I copied down here. Boop. Over here on my big ball. I'm just moving my stencils. So up here is a color wheel. And it's yeah, so the color wheel kind of shows you like your opposite colors, what color will eat another color, or what color will complement another color, or what color might like cancel another color. But it's nice to have on hand. Now, it's not like I constantly refer to that and go, oh, if I painted this blue, then I have to do this, that. And you probably do a lot of, like, you probably know more color theory than you think, or at least elements of it, and apply them often without even. Oh, dude. I stole it too. But yeah, like it's not like I sit and actively think about that wheel. The odd time if I'm like, what the hell does that one match with? Okay, like I'll do a quick reference, but you know, I think like ultimately, you know, all the elements of color theory, when you swirl and boil them all down, it's like what colors look good together, what colors complement each other, what colors, you know, are very harsh against each other that kind of make your eye go, ooh. Like this guy before was, he is a crayon. He was quite bright and I don't want to say offensive to look at, but you look at the colors, lots of nice bright colors, but you're like, there's something about the way they sit together doesn't look good, or it doesn't appeal as much as the colors. It's like as a sum of, like, individually the colors are nice, but as part of the whole they don't work together. So but like it's not like I'm constantly and actively thinking about the concepts of color theory. I just kind of go off like, no, is this gonna look good or bad, or how's this gonna look? And just that, I guess, kind of worrying about how things will look kind of ends up trickling into, like, you end up, you know, working with color theory. It's term when rainbow goes wrong. Yeah, the make a pinata. Yeah, there's like, you can do a good clown paint job and a less good clown paint job. Alrighty, so we're gonna take this we're gonna do a little more dry brushing here. So I'm gonna take this, put a little bit of the yellow out, and unload my brush, get that dry bit. Now see, I'm just gonna kind of tickle his hair. So I just want the outermost bits of his hair. So I see there's bits of orange there that I don't really like. But you can see, so for example right now, I'm going to load and unload my brush a little. So you can see his hair and his shoulder here. Like, I'm just going to do this. Very gently over his hair. But see how I'm not really being too careful around that metal. I'm just kind of slapping it around. And that's because the paint on my brush is quite dry. So I really have to rub it out to get it to deposit. So if I'm not really grinding against those metal parts, you might get a little bit of a faded kind of blend on him, but it's not going to land the same as like all these little contours on his head. Alright. Looking good. Phrasing. Yeah, we just want a little bit of a yellow jump. And you can see I wasn't like being specific with it. I wasn't like trying to get each line. I was just kind of slapping it around and like letting it kind of like xylophone off his hair strands, for I guess lack of a better term. And we'll use, I have these two. I'll probably go with this. This is Cold Flesh. It's kind of like a very pale blue. Maybe a little touch of gray in there too. Oh, I think we want this guy again. There you go, get that little thing on its head. So it's just a little bit of dragging that across. Boop boop. A little silver headband. And he's got some like metal parts on his face. So we're just gonna work those in there too. Getting his facial details will probably be one of the harder parts. Getting his lip and stuff. But I think one of the blessings about Omega Red is that he's super pale. He doesn't really have a whole lot of, you know, warmth or yeah, there's no warmth in his skin. So it'll be a little easier to just go really pale. I don't have to do layers of pink and red and beige flesh tones or any of that. Hopefully. We'll see. Nice, something with a better focus so you guys can see these little details. There we go. Use this and clean up some of these edges here. Right now it's like a cheat to make the paint jobs look better. Yeah, you know, it's one of those things that I didn't know about it either. And then I'll say there is a bit of a stigma in some corners of the mini painting community that don't like dry brushing. I mean, I feel like they kind of look at it as, you know, wet blend only. I don't agree with that. I think whatever tool you need to use, you know, use it. If the art demands it. Yeah, actually, this is I will straight up say, like, a really, really good, like, the guy who painted this, Chet Zar, like, has said directly to me, you know, if the paint demands it, if the art and the project demands it, do it. Do it. Like, if you got a dry brush, dry brush. If you got an airbrush, airbrush. If you got to stencil something, stencil something. If you got to, like, if you, whatever you feel that the art project demands of you to do it. Like, here, this is actually kind of neat. So, my other screen over there, so that's like my additional, here, I'm just going to drag this over. Whoop. Whoop. Yeah. Next project will be, so yeah, this is kind of like, what? I can't see where I'm at. Oh. Messages here. Oh. Why did that do that? You know what my next project will be? Is that, okay, so, but yeah, so there is like, I can project and take an image off my computer screen and launch it right into, oh, what is going on now? Okay. Yeah, I can launch, you know, a picture from my computer screen right onto my wall. And I originally was like, oh, I want to try, you know, projecting and tracing and blowing things up on my canvas like that, or taking things out of my computer and putting them on canvas. And I kind of had this like hiccup, like, you know, I'm tracing. I'm not a very confident drawer. I can paint minis and stuff. I'm not very confident in my hand drawing skills. So I thought, you know, this will help me. And then I kind of thought, well, then I'm tracing, or I'm not actually drawing or doing things directly on, you know, I'm doing a middleman step, and kind of got into my own head that was not, like, you know, that I'm cheating somehow. And it's not the case. I had people who I was kind of like, I don't know, I feel like a fraud. You know, and they're like, no, man, it's like what Chet said, you know, the art demands, if you feel that that's the path you need to take to get the result you want, take it. Take it, and don't let anyone tell you that that's not the way to do it, because it's your art project. And speaking of, that's a good segue into the next one. Next project. I want to put, you know, for the sake of Halloween, I like Leatherface. In the beginning of this stream, we were talking about horror movies, and I have an affinity for Leatherface as my favorite slasher. I would like to do a poster, or not a poster, but like a big painting of Leatherface, and maybe do it in the style of like that Cthulhu, like that Hope poster with the white, blue, and red. But do like a Leatherface with the suit and tie, like the classic Leatherface. So that might be a canvas project I'll work on next. Tend to ignore the key. Just use it, yeah. Projector, sent it to me. So I should fix that. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Oh man, that hurts. And they won't, you know, honor the sale. Yeah, I'd be grumpy with that. Yeah. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that about the projector. I just kind of saw that in the chat. Um, if it's any, help at all, I will say, come on. I got my projector. It's an RCA projector, and I got it from Factory Direct. And I think it was like, yeah, I'm in Canada, so it might be different. But it's a refurb, and it was actually really cheap. I think I paid like $60 for it. So there are other ways that you can find it cheap, or find a projector cheap. Back in the day, they used to be really friggin' expensive. But now they're more affordable. And ain't nothing wrong with it either, Had what are they, Lumigraphs? Back in the day? But they have there's always been projectors. Artists have always used them. So that's something that is you can take some solace in. Said it, no shame in it. And I say that fully because I felt shame with it. I felt ashamed. It's like, oh, I can't draw, and then I'm cheating. No, it's just like it's an assistance. It's an aid for your skills. And the more you use it, the less you might find you'll need it. You'll get those lines, you'll get the reps in. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. 4K, that would have been nice. Mine's only 1080, so 4K would have been good. Yeah, that's a bummer. Ooh. That did not go where I wanted it to. It was a little sloppy there. There we go. And it's just a matter of getting these pieces. It's looking pretty good, if I do say so myself. Let's see. Put a little more silver on that emblem on his chest. Maybe we'll use a blue wash on his skin, a dark wash on the rest of him. We're going to go with the cold flesh here. Where are my earphones? I'm going to go with the beefy ones. Alright. Where were we? Okay. So we were going to put some cold flesh on. This will be a little trickier. Ooh. Okay, that's actually quite nice. So I went over this with a holy white speed paint at the beginning, and it seemed to do the trick, but did have some limitations. Ooh. I do not want that red spreading. Don't want his arm turning pink. No, thank you. So we do this. Ooh. Okay, there we go. Cold Flesh is a little brighter than I anticipated. Bust out a slightly bigger brush. See if we can clean this up. Oof. I'm making a mess here. Way too heavy with that on his arm. We'll use some wash and clean that up after. Don't like that. Kind of felt like a mistake. We'll see. Time will tell in a sec. I'll let it dry and see how it lands. This could be better than I thought. We'll see. A little water. Thin this out a little. Better. A little flowy, but it should dry nice. Yikes. Okay. I think that might do it for his arms. I'm sure that looks like you. So.
I'm gonna send him to
Okay. Huh. There are places as well that you can get your picture. Like some places will model off a group of imaging. Some places will go off like they'll use a 3D scanner and they'll like whoop, and then they'll bring the likeness, scale it down, and put it on STL. Pretty much they'll have bodies and then they'll just scan a face and then put the face on like do you want to be flexing? Do you want to be doing a sport action shot? What? And they'll put your head on, a pre-made body, and it's pretty cool. All right, so I'm gonna have to pick him up and bring him close for a sec. I'm doing the face here. It also means one of the secret weapons come out. Like I have pretty good vision, By that I mean like, you know, I don't need glasses. Or I don't need them on my regular day-to-day living. But over time and many hours of doing this can put stress on your eyes. And I have found using a pair of reading glasses, especially for the really tiny stuff, it's almost like it's more to keep track of the tip of a tiny brush, so I'm not like going cross-eyed, like I'm losing where my brush is. It's like once you have your brush tip that's this small covered in white and then you bring it over your model, sometimes it can be hard to see exactly what you're doing or where you're putting it. I'll have to wash that. Alright, sorry for bogarting them there. His face is a little brighter now. We're going to hit some wash on that, kind of calm it down a little. Ooh, his arms are still quite wet. My goodness, Omega. What did I do to you over here? That is so sloshy. Just clean that up. There we go. Give his face just a moment to dry. Oh my goodness, that'd be so funny. Just like oh, that would actually be a really funny move. If I could find one, man. Or if you find one, let me know where you got it. That'd be fun. Yeah, or just what, like a mini holding a mini, like that'd be fun. I'm just gonna take a little more of that. There we go. All right. Just some little bits of cleanup here and there. Alright, not bad. Oh, a picture of me painting a miniature dog. Oh man, that sounds so good. That sounds so hard to paint. Maybe make it like a 54 millimeter. Then, like a 54 millimeter holding like, I don't know. I don't know how that would scale. A 54 to the 32 would be like you'd be holding a baby. It should be more like holding a grown child. Yeah, maybe go like a 70 something millimeter model, holding a 32, painting like a 16. The D&D line has a bunch of those Dungeons and Doggies too. I'm just thinking dog models and where you can get them. They're pretty cool though. The Dungeons and Doggies are pretty sweet. Let's get some red back into these little tricky areas. Oof. Oof. Sorry about that. Smear there. There you go. Just gonna kind of go over some highlight spots with some brighter red. Okay, that part's silver. Oh, that's funny. I like it. It's like it's perfect. Well, the other thing too is like any parts like you go to hobby shops and stuff. They usually have bits bins. So like you could use your cutters or a pull saw, whatever hobby tools you got, and you can basically cut, hack, and chop and reglue whatever stuff on the model. So you can essentially, customize however you want. Just takes a little bit of creativity and a little DIY. It is pretty fun. Let's say Kirsten actually made a really cool kit bash. I'll give her the shout out and say, Kirsten, put a link in the chat but Kirsten made a little diorama of a bunch of orcs done up like Kiss. Like full on, like on a stage with instruments and a little like Kiss logo all lit up. Like that's really cool. And for that one, what she did, she basically cut the hands off every orc in the scene and replaced them and readjusted them, and like I think it was a package of orc boys, and she, kissified them by like giving them all different hands and poses and stuff, and it's actually really impressive because it's a lot of work. Okay, yeah. So yeah, it's some fun kit bashing. I think that's probably my favorite element of this, because I don't really play the games or anything. Just seeing some of the cool creative stuff is what really appeals to me. Oops. There you go. Make sure these little brushes are clean. Start with the blue wash. I think that'll just work for his skin. Still lost to paint it. It's not about winning or losing. I like your orcs, and I'm pretty sure you took a win in that one. It just no, I won a different category. Okay, so let's see if we're gonna bleed this blue everywhere. Pretty much. Just a drop of water to dilute it. And we'll start in an inconspicuous place. Let's hit his armpit. Okay. Alright. So I think this blue wash is what I want. It's kind of landing and hitting the mark here. And you just kind of wash it through and you see how it kind of picks up all his muscles. It's perfect. I'll probably hit a little more on his face as well. Maybe even feed it onto his hands a little. Some of those gauntlets. There we go. Now we're gonna try his face. Yee! Ooh, that's gross. Ah. So yeah, some paints you can sponge up. Some paints you can lick off your brush. Whatever I just licked off my brush was bitter as hell. Ugh. Waste can. Yeah. So we'll just rinse it with some coffee. Ugh. Okay, his face with a little more dab. Here, we'll get... I'll probably hit that with a little strong tone as well on his face. There we go. What do I want? A strong tone? Or a light tone, maybe. Come on. Go strong or dark. You dilute it a bit, just a little. Okay. Flies a kit bash. Oh. Three models. Okay, yeah, it was a drop pod, a flesh eater ghoul, and a plague drone rider, and a gene stealer. Just his arms though. Really, it's you just kind of gotta. Well, I'll say at least for the fly, like that one wasn't really like overtly planned. I literally was. I walked into my hobby shop and then saw the pieces. I was trying to build a diorama or a piece for a Halloween kit bash, and I went into the store like I have no idea what I'm gonna do, kind of at a loss. And then, sure enough, I saw the drop pod and I saw the parts in the store in a used mini cabinet and was like, I think I see what I need to do here. Uh-oh. Get my washers all messed up. Come on. Just gonna go boop, boop. Dilute this a little more and go a little stronger with it. I just kind of want to hit costume without going too crazy. I don't want to get too much of this wash on his red. At least not right now. But I'm going to get a little loose with it. Just kind of splash it on here and there. Joke is it's like liquid talent here. Just a little bit of wash here and there. Get on those details. There, bring out those shadows. kind of just make shadows. Get this on his back here too. This will kind of help that sketchbook idea in the end. Siphon some of that out. Whoop, whoop. Too much. Okay, looking good. Let me get on his hands here. Alright. Right on his ponytail, I think. Nice. There we go. There we go. Okay. Some that, boom. I'm gonna go to the face cam. Ooh. Alright, take a little peek here. Okay. I'll go through this way. Oh, I love that. I love that. It's the blue owl. Yeah, that. I'll be right back. Yeah, I saw that. I said, a blue owl? Ooh. We'll go to my face cam here for a sec. Ooh. Blue owl. That's side view. Watch out, Omega. There we go. This was my first competition mini. I'm a little off focus. Yeah, blue owl. Thought I'd share that. That's really cool. I like it. Dude, that's awesome, man. So, like, to me, that's like wizardry. I have no idea how to work with glass. That's nice, man. Like, that's really freaking cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, they're you can get them with I think they're like Nulzer's kit, a few bucks. But there's like it's a pretty staple character, so you could probably find like little baby owl. I've seen 3D printable baby owl bears, like little cubs and stuff. It's a fun character design. Okay, he needs a little more. Needs a little more detail in his face. He's coming along. To be honest, I didn't expect to get as far as I did on this guy today. I've actually been really enjoying it. And I think part of it is because some of the think work is taken out. It's like here, you know what this guy looks like, paint him. So I don't have to imagine what he would look like. It's just pretty straightforward. Let's see if I can get a better focus on the face cam. Okay, I could use a little more light. Still have his tendrils to paint these things. I'll probably just give him a little bit of a silver and a blue wash. I had this runic gray that I was thinking of using, but now I'm questioning it because I think it'll be too much blue and gray. We'll see. Need that dark tone again. A little bit of wreck wash. So I have a bunch of paints, but a bunch of them are like duplicates. Oh, cool. I'm just getting caught up here. Oh, that's cool. Ah, that's awesome. Yeah, that is really cool too, and it's awesome that you can your family's supporting of all the art and stuff. Oh my goodness, yeah, soldering them would be tough. That's another thing I have no skill in. Like that's I want to say, I have neither the tools nor the know-how for it. But I feel like it would be a very good skill to have. And like, a good capability to have in your toolbox. Or like call it your arting inventory. I feel like that is a good skill to have. Because, like, beyond art, even the practical application of soldering stuff is pretty good. Like, it's useful. And just keep glazing away at this guy's face, and I can't get that level of detail I really want. Oh, I don't think I wanted that. No, I didn't. We're gonna dilute and suck that away. So, here. So I just put some wash I didn't want on his arm. I'm gonna use my oopsie brush and absorb it all. Just gonna slurp it right back up with the dry brush. Like an unloaded brush. And there, boom, clean. I took some of that blue wash off with it, so oops. I promise you it's better than mine, sir. I promise you. And like I think it looks clean. Like maybe I don't know how to, like, maybe there's things that you're aware of that I'm not aware of, that like it's a discernible shape. It's farther than I'd get. Okay, let's put some blue on his face. Ooh, I don't like that. We're getting green now. Damn it. No. Abort. Abort. Crap. Let's try doing the mix. Okay, I think Omega's looking pretty good here. And you're just gonna sit up top there, bud. How do I go about these? Part of me just wants to airbrush him silver. So this, I'm just gonna go basic tread. No. Put this metal down. There we go. This little metal grate there. There we go. Got a little bit of metal on there. Alrighty. Take a little bit of this clay. Oh, that would be cool. Just a house with stained glass all over the place. That'd be really cool. I feel like that would give you some neat lighting, no? Like you'd have colors cast into your rooms. That'd be neat. Okay, yeah, like the crest over a door or something, yeah. But like the windows, that'd be cool. Wonder how you go about that. Like, would you frame up a whole? I wouldn't know how to do. Like, would you do like just a framed color of stained glass, or would you do like a mosaic or a shape of it? Like, that would be cool. I'm curious now, like how, like almost like I'm picturing kind of like church-esque windows with the stained glass. You know, the saints and but like, yeah, that'd be cool. Just like custom imagery and arts on all the windows. That would be really freaking cool. Oh, you and me both, dude. Yeah, I feel ya. It's that, it's just kind of the economy we're stuck in, right? Ooh, I know what he needs. I know what I'm gonna do with this. You do need that metal. But I do have a wash that will come out. This stuff. It's called Nailac oxide. It kind of looks like oxidized copper. It looks pretty cool. Something like a church. Yeah, yeah. That's what I like pictures like epic imagery in stained glass on all the windows. It's like when the light comes in, it casts the image across the floor or across the wall behind it or whatever. That would be cool. Just gobbling up the silver right now. Okay. No, we're just gonna hang on to you. Use a nice chunky brush. A little bit of water. Just kind of getting our metal all over this these tendrils here. I'll probably have to wash it as well after. So I'm just gonna keep going. Okay, getting there, getting there. Alrighty, I'm gonna do this. I think this tendril's pretty. Ooh, just get my fingers all over it and peeling paint off. Come on, Dano. Come on, man. Think, man, think. You just be grabbing it willy-nilly. I think that'll be good for tendril 1, and we'll go tendril 2. Oh my goodness. Huh. I feel like I should have just like dunked this thing in paint or something. Huh. Huh. Come on, you. There we go. Just trying to get as much covered on this. Oh, I guess tendril. Not quite. Are they tentacles? Do they count as tentacles if they're metal? Or like, do tentacles have to be like a living organic thing? I don't know. Any tentacle experts in the house? And yeah, zoologists, invertebrate zoology experts. Medicals. Metalals. It's metal. Yeah, it's totally metal. Alrighty. Those look as silvery as I think they're gonna get. Hmm. Okay, I believe my glue is still out here. Oh, there we are. Okay. We're gonna get his tentacles on him now. And I had a piece of paper. Just get a piece of paper. There we are. Get a little dollop. Oh, yeah, now the tricky part was finding out which one went where. So the one that met itself in the beginning. So I think that one. I think this one goes here, like this. Okay, I think that one was like that. And this one would have been like this, I think. Like that. Okay, I think that's right. I'll just slide him back. So yeah, we're gonna wrap his, place his tendrils in there. So we're gonna take this little bit of glue, whoop. We're gonna go boop right into that little wrist hole. It's gonna be a little tricky without gluing myself to them. There we go. I'll clean up some of this goop. Excellent. I'll get this next one. Ooh. Something's going down in there. Get another little quab. There's a little extra wash in that. Ran into his tendril holder. Hey, JP, how's it going, man? Good to see ya. How's it going, sir? Oh, I think, yeah. Let me see. Oh, yeah. No, I did. Yeah, plan to ride out. How's it going, partner? JP stream. He's a gamer and a streamer, fellow streamer on YouTube. Does Diablo, Red Dead, has some Death Stranding too, I believe. Lots of games, good positive vibes, and a great gaming atmosphere. I would highly recommend to anyone out there, give JP Super Monkey a follow, and you might even catch me and him traveling through the worlds of PlayStation. We were last week. We were venturing with the Red Dead, and I think we'll be back at it tomorrow. Not late, man. You are always on time. No matter what, never late, always on time, sir. I'm doing pretty good. I've been painting this Omega Red. We started off building him today with. He started off in a few pieces, and we put him together. He's a villain from the X-Men franchise, and there's a board game called Marvel Crisis Protocol, where they have the miniatures from X-Men and different Marvel characters. So this guy is the villain Omega Red. And he's one of my favorite villains. And when I saw him in the store, I had to get him. He looked cool. Oh, thank you, Kirsten, for throwing the link up. Appreciate that. Just going to squish this down onto the base here. And be careful not to glue my fingers together. I'm going to throw some of these up because I saw they were coming through earlier. So I got to throw a few back. Oh, what? Oh, it's saying I closed my dock. There we go. Can do this. Just gonna throw a few of those out there. I saw them coming my way, so I'm gonna throw a few back. Those hearts floating up aren't for me. They're from me. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. Okay, so what did I say? I said I had a little bit of some kind of oxidized color I was going to use, didn't I? This guy. Some lilac oxide. We'll start off with a little diluted wash. On both sides here, and just kind of wash it around these tentacles. Make them a little more, what's the word I'm looking for? Like tarnished? Oops. There we go. Hey, Tyler, how's it going, man? Oh, we got quite the party going. Woo! It's good to see you, dude. How have you been? Right now I'm working on a Omega Red from Marvel's Crisis Protocol game. And I'm actually quite happy with how he's coming along. Really? You can be Omega Red? I'm not too familiar with the fighting games. Oh, you know what? Marvel vs. Capcom, right? I know that one. Marvel vs. Capcom. Yeah, I think he is in that. Oh, that's a great game. You just like sent me flying through like arcade legend. Capcom vs. Marvel? That's such a good game. And it was like all your favorite video game characters, all your favorite superhero characters. You know, Spider-Man versus Mega Man, Cyclops versus, like, yeah. Just, oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, I love that. That was a good game. It was a lot of fun. I'm gonna put a little bit of blue wash. And where did that dark wash go? The dark tone. Where'd it go? It's gotta be around here somewhere. I suppose this guy will work. Ooh. I'll put a little bit of blue wash next to him. Ooh. We'll mix it up. Painting some Stormcast. Nice, dude. Nice. I actually have a whole whack of Vindictors. Like the dudes with the spears. I had a whole whack of them. You probably saw them at one point. They were magnetized to one of those straight edge rulers up there. They kept falling, so I took them down. But yeah, I kind of was like, I don't want to say hit a wall with them, but I just had so many of them. I was like, oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. There we go. Kind of missed the back of them here. These tendrils are a little wonky. They kind of move around. There we go. Just gotta make sure I get a good swish. Good swishy swish on all of them. We'll give him that sort of tarnished metal look. Then we'll use that Nylac oxide on his tentacles and his armor to really drive it home. Oops. There we go. There it is. Woohoo. Minion box. Yeah, I gotta put something up there. It's been a while since I posted in the group. Like I'm always there. I'm watching the videos. I do love me some Tup. That's been like my guiding light through learning in this whole process has been Scott and Ninjon. Oh darn! There's a bit of a miss there. Kind of splattered. It looks like I splattered some or bled some of his blonde hair onto his shoulder there. So we're just going to cover that up. And a little bit of yellow. He's got like this dark splotch on his hair there. You can see it right there. Maybe we can just wash that off. I don't think that will be activated as speed paint. So we'll just cover it up. Cover it up as best we can anyway. Just a little dab. A little dab should do it, right? Maybe a thicker dab. I random. Oh, that's so good. That's such a good idea, dude. Oh, thank you for explaining that one, Kirsten. For the people who don't know what trapped under plastic might be, kind of got in their own little mini painting universe there. Dude, I love that idea. Oh, cake toppers. Oh my god, you guys are geniuses. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. You guys should see if there's like anywhere around you that offers like 3D scanning services. So what you could do is get your likenesses scanned, and then you could literally get like your face scanned, your head scanned, and then they can, or like you could literally just go through STLs and find, you could make, anything with your face on it and have them as the cake toppers. I guess you could get your whole, like, do a whole body scan and then, like, I don't know if you'd go so far as to, like, get scanned in your, wedding outfits. And then you'd have, like, you guys as, like, fully you on your cake. Yeah. Yeah, that would be a pretty tricky challenge. Oh, but that does sound like a really fun challenge. Alright, he's looking pretty good. I think I can bust out that oxide now, I think. Oh yeah, absolutely. You'd feel pressure. You'd want those paintings to be perfect. They're gonna be perfect. No matter what, they'll be perfect. Okay, so now I have this lilac oxide. And I find this color kind of plays nicely on steel. It's just like a nice little complement color. So I'm just gonna do this. Oops. And kind of ride down. Oh. Kind of like just doing like little edge highlights and accent bits with it. Yeah, I don't want to cover the whole things in this oxide. I feel just a little bit would look kind of nice. Kind of give it a bit more of a comic book pop. Yeah, it just kind of seems a little oxidizey. It's like almost like a little bit of green, bluey green on it. And we'll carry that on his boots, his shin guards, I guess. Damn, man. Dude, you are a painting machine. Oops. There we go. Oh. Just gonna go down these edges. These boots here. Inside. Just there. There. Alright. Oh no! When did that happen? Hold on. I'm on it. We're fixing it. Just give me 2 seconds. There we go. So you can kind of see this little bit of teal coloring. It's almost like a little bit of a blue. And that's kind of putting a bit of an oxidizing on his armor. Yeah, I gotta slay the gray. That's what it's all about. Alright. Put a little bit of boop there, boop there. Boop, boop. And I'm just kind of putting little touches of this nylec oxide all over his metal, just to kind of keep it consistent, give it a solid look throughout the model. Put a little bit here. There you go. Alright. What we can do is take this and just kind of go. Just gonna kind of let this ride along curves and just kind of make a mess. Well, I very much appreciate you coming to hang with us and paint, man. It's always a pleasure. But I don't want people to feel pressure like they have to paint or do stuff. You know, I just love having you guys hang out with me, right? You know, it's really awesome to have such good friends. Alright. I'm just gonna go right on top and give the same sort of bounce the light in the same direction, kinda. A little bit there and a little bit there. Maybe put just a touch on his cheeks here. He's got some metal here that we can accent as well. There you go. So let's just gonna get a better cam. Now you can see he's got this sort of oxidized bluey green on him. I think that kind of suits the Marvel style. That little thing on his head was a tricky little crest. Everything else looking pretty good. Yeah, I thought if you look at the we'll say the box art here. Here, let me just pop this up over here. If you look at the box art, you can see he's got some, like he's got a very strong blue tint to his metal. And like you can see, oh, it's kind of a glare there, but you can see on the tendrils there's a bit of this sort of bluey color. And I kind of went with the blue wash on his skin, so I figured going with that oxide on his tendrils would be good. I'll probably clean up those little bits on his face a little more, because they are a little too blue. Just touch a little bit of silver on that. Yeah, I kind of felt that it might have been a bit of a gamble doing the oh jeez. Alrighty. Yeah, I thought it might have been a bit of a gamble. Yeah, it's my local shop has a bunch of Marvel Protocol. They had the Sentinel from the 90s, like the 90s Amazing X-Men, like I guess the Human Security Force, those giant robots, the Sentinels. They had one of those, and I was like, oh, I want that. And then it was gone by the time I went back. But they did have like a bunch of others. They have one that's Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man, and they're fighting in like a laboratory, but it has the laboratory as well. It's really cool. Okay, there we go. It's a little better. Alright. Looks pretty good. Okay, so the bottom of his boot is also red, so I don't have to worry about that. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't want anyone to feel like, oh, you must be a painter to hang out here. No, no, no. But it is fun just to have to hang out and talk, you know? I guess we're on Saturday the 14th now. But we were chatting horror movies before, and I'll kind of revisit that now. What are everyone's favorite scary movies? What's your favorite scary movie, chat? Yeah, we were discussing which movies and which call it horror movie icons uh do you know I don't want to say resonate with, but like which horror movie bad guys are the ones that really stick with you for the better or worse of it. Like my favorite is, I think I like Leatherface because he's very human. He's not a ghost. He's not, like Michael Myers, who's like an unkillable specter. Leatherface is just kind of like a crazy guy that lives out in the boonies. But there's very human elements to him, and I think that's what makes him so scary and so appealing. Okay, yeah, Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness. That's a that's a hat trick right there. Those are three perfect movies. It's funny, I actually when I saw them, I saw Army of Darkness first, and then I saw the Evil Deads. So it was like kind of seeing it backwards, but it was a lot of fun. It was weird seeing Evil Dead 1 at them, you know, attempting a scary movie after watching the two funny ones. And it was like, oh, wow, this one was different. It actually frightened me a little. Like, there's one scene in Evil Dead 1 after the book is burned. Spoiler alert. But when one of the Deadites like stops and freezes, like, and it like its skin starts to disintegrate and its mouth falls open and its everything kind of peels back and it like and like takes a header and splats on the ground. That scene made me like, and it's like, I don't know, mushed peas or something that come out of it's like mashed peas and cream corn coming out of its head. But like as a kid, when I saw that one scene of the thing fall, I was just like, oh my goodness, this is not the same. This Evil Dead is actually scary. I was not expecting it to be like that. Alrighty, so we'll get a little more. Alright. Ah, The Ring. Okay. Yeah, The Ring. The Ring was good. The Ring was a classic too. I believe there's a. Is it Ringu? That does look cool. There was another one that was kind of like the ring. I'm gapping on it. I think Sarah Michelle Gellar was in the first one. It was like it was a remote house, and there's like the ghosts, like children's ghosts. The Grudge. That's it. Yeah, it was. Yeah, some movies are pretty scary. I'm thinking I might be able to speed paint some runic gray on this. I'm actually going to try to get away with that. We'll see what happens. Get a little bit of water. I think the trick will just be slather this on nice and thick. And let the speed paint sort of worry about its own, let it deal with the brush strokes. Just kind of soak a layer on and let the surface areas figure themselves out. Just go over the whole thing. Alright. Just kind of soak it on. I'll take the whole sort of color to it. Ooh, I do like Scream. Scream is good. Scream was fun because it was like a meta. Like it had... So I'm not liking how that kind of sits on this. I'm just going to give it a quick rinse. Get off what I can. And there we go. There. What we're going to do, we're going to find some dungeon stone first. Got some kind of gray in here we can use. There we go. I'm going to dry brush some stone onto this first. Oh. Alrighty. There we go. Just be a little darker. Oh, back up. Oh, yikes. Oh, I can kind of just set it on here like that, huh? Alright. Alright. Got a slightly darker gray here. Ooh, The Exorcist. Exorcist is good. That's a classic. Has some it has some I guess iconic moments, you'd say. Like the whole like head turning around. I'd say one of the things that kind of like when I watch that, one of the things that always kind of makes me go, "Moo," isn't even anything overly paranormal. But there's a very common theme of flies. Like when the preachers are in the, I guess exorcists rather, are in the house going to meet Reagan and exorcise the devils. There's like flies all over, like pressed against the windows and everywhere, and it's like there's something about that just feels uneasy, like there's something rotting in the room or something not good. But it's weird because it's like it's not something that's not uncommon. Like my grandparents had a farmhouse, and in like the kind of the upstairs area where you'd sneak off and play, and kind of the attic, there was like this, I'm guessing it's the ventilation and how it, you know, how the house was built, but like there was always flies in that upper level. They were always by the window. So like that scene in The Exorcist, when you see it, it's like it felt real. Maybe just to me because that specific thing. But like seeing all those flies against the window was like I've seen that before. That's real. Flies do that. Yeah, and I guess too, like for people who aren't religious, like even if you're not, you know, a devout, in Catholic faith, it's like you don't have to be religious for that movie to be scary. It's not like, oh, I don't believe in the devil, so that movie doesn't count for me. Like, just the visuals alone are enough to be discomforting. But is also a really good movie as far as like their makeup, their design, their special effects for the day. Like they did one effect where they had, words bubble up on her skin, and it's like they used an evaporating foam and then sped it up and played it backwards, so it looked like, instead of like so they write the word and then it like and bubbles away, but when you play it backwards and fast, it looks like it looks like the skin raises and bubbles up and creates a word. So just like little clever things like that, that really, it's like you didn't have to spend a lot of money for these special effects. You just had to be a little bit clever and kind of cater to the imagination. But ooh, yeah, that's a great one. Okay, I'm gonna put another different metal. We'll find a maybe not a silver, maybe like a bronze or something. Something coppery. Yeah, no matter what, it's scary. Absolutely. I do like a good scary movie. I will say it's some movies that they intend to be scary. Sometimes, I guess Evil Dead's like the classic example of a scary movie gone wrong that people find funny. On TV today, I don't even know. Is it Friday the 3rd? I don't know. I think it's Jason X or Friday the 13th 10. It's like Jason Goes to Space or something like that. But it was that was actually kind of funny. But I don't even know if they meant it to be scary. Like, I mean, at that point, if they're sending Jason to space, they gotta know. They gotta know they're jumping the shark, right? Alright, so I got very basic here. We'll hit it with some wash, some runic gray, and then some wash. And this guy will be pretty much done. Yeah, that was another thing too. Yeah, very, very cursed. The Blair Witch, that was a good one. That was one of the found footage movies where it's like they make it look like it's like video documented evidence that was discovered, and that was a clever trick. It really got people's attention. My understanding of the Blair Witch 2 was that the actors in it didn't get full disclosure on what was going to happen in the movie. So while they were out in the woods and people were going missing, it's like they knew they were part of a movie being filmed. But I don't think they were fully aware that, like, this guy's going to go missing on day 3. And then on day 4, you'll get a package with teeth in it and a finger. Like, so I think there was elements that freaked them out, even though they knew they were filming a movie. I think, yeah, there's elements that were intentionally drawn in to make them feel uncomfortable. But it made for a great movie. Alright. So we're going to keep this. Keep up with this now. Yeah, the marketing was good. Why is this doing that? Where we at? Alrighty. Just gonna pull this. I want a nice. Come on. I don't know why it's doing that. There's a little bubble in the middle that I'm not catching why it's doing that. Maybe I can put his foot over it or something. Yeah, maybe I can put his foot over this little area. Just kind of let the surface area of this paint, the surface tension, kind of grab itself and hopefully cover everything. Alright, so I think that's going to be our base. I'll have to apply some wash when this is dried, and then do the black rim on its own. Essentially, that's our dude. What do you guys think? I think he's done. Ah! Alright, so I'm going to put this down. That's easy. Get him there. And I think that's going to do it for tonight, guys. I'm looking at my clock right now, and it's closing in on about 3 a.m. And I've been going for about almost 6 hours now. I think that's a new record. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, I'm kind of at a hiccup right now where it's just a matter of getting, a couple layers on this and that black rim. But I'm going to have to wait for this speed paint to dry, which will take a little while to cure enough that I can put a wash on it without reactivating it. And that'll take probably at least another hour. So that probably won't happen tonight. But we can do a little recap. A little quick recap. We built and painted Omega Red. Let's see. Yeah, okay. What else did we do? We pretty much just did the Omega Red tonight. We built it, we primed it. We did a black, a gray, a white prime. We did the base, put them together, did some speed paint on him, did some normal paints, did some washes, did some technicals on him, and yeah, it was a fun one. I would definitely paint another Marvel Crisis Protocol piece. This guy was he was a lot of fun, and it was kind of nice to take all the I don't have to imagine what Omega Red looked like. He's an X-Men character, so you kind of just paint it as such. Um, I might still do the sketchbook style with like a micron pen. But we'll see. I think I might just keep it like this. I really like it with that oxide. Alright, so yeah, I'm just going to tidy up a bit here. Yeah, we've hit 6 hours and it's about 3 a.m. So I'm going to say goodnight to everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for spending your evening with me. I really, really appreciate it. Like, bottom of the heart, I truly appreciate it. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. I'm going to throw some hearts. These hearts are coming from me to you. Oh, what? Why does it always do that when I click that? There we go. Yeah, we're going to throw all these hearts out there. Those are for you guys. Alrighty. But yeah, I'll have to get going. JP, I will see you tomorrow morning. Or, yeah, my tomorrow morning. Your later this eve. And, we'll ride out. I think there's a few other townships we gotta save from the undead. The Red Dead undead. So I will be in touch for your stream tomorrow morning. And yeah, please everyone have a great night, great evening, love yourselves, love each other, all that good stuff. What else? I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. All right. Good night.